Hello everyone, and welcome back to Old Man's Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I was 8 when this happened. And even now, I can feel the exact way the air in that room felt that morning. Our bedroom was on the first floor, basically the ground level, just down the short hall from the kitchen. The door was always open a crack at night, so we could hear if anyone was moving around. My sister and I shared that room, 2 twin beds with a little path between them, a low dresser against the wall, and a goofy monkey clock hanging near the door. It wasn't fancy. It was plastic with a cartoon monkey face, the hands sticking out from its belly, and a banana for a pendulum that ticked back and forth. I used to stare at it every morning, trying to calculate how much longer I could stay in bed before my mum would call us for breakfast. It became this little ritual, like a safety blanket, that told me how much time I had left to be lazy. We always went to bed with the room mostly dark, just the glow from the hallway nightlight leaking in. The monkey clock was easy to see from my side of the room. I slept on the bed closer to the door. My sister slept closer to the window. I still remember the scratch on the plastic face of the clock, this thin white line over the monkey's left eye where someone had dropped it once. I looked at that scratch every morning and every night, because when you're a kid, you fixate on the weirdest things. It kind of anchored me. Silly as that sounds. That day felt completely routine at first. I woke up because the house had that morning feeling. I could hear the hum of the fridge in the kitchen and something faint like a clink of a spoon against a mug. The light coming through our door was that soft grey of early morning. It wasn't bright yet. My sister was still breathing slow and deep, the covers pulled up over her ear. There was a chill in the room that the blanket didn't fully fix. This familiar cold spot near my feet because the vent never blew right. I was groggy, not ready to be awake, so I did what I always did. I rolled onto my side so my eyes would land on the monkey clock. 7:20. I remember zeroing in on those hands like they were a relief. 7:20 meant I had a few more minutes to just lay there and stretch and stare at the ceiling. My dad usually left early for work, sometimes before we were even awake, and my mom would make coffee and clatter with dishes in the kitchen. Then, after a few minutes, she'd come in and tell us to get moving. So I saw 7:20 and figured I was safe. I didn't have to get up yet. While I was focusing on the clock, something moved across it. At first, I thought it was my dad leaning into the doorway, like he might be checking if we were awake. It was a shape stepping into that space between me and the monkey face, blocking it perfectly. That was all my brain needed to fill in Dad. I was still in that half-asleep state where you accept things without thinking them through. The figure was exactly in the right place. Silhouette. There. But the longer I looked, the more my eyes tried to find an outline of a shoulder, the pattern of a flannel shirt, the shape of hair, anything. There was nothing. It wasn't a shape with edges. It was like a smudge, a perfectly dark spot where the clock should be. No depth, no features, just a patch of darker than dark that didn't match the rest of the room. I thought maybe I was just bleary-eyed. You know how sometimes your vision does that thing where everything doubles and then it snaps sharp again? I blinked hard a few times and rubbed at my eyes with the heel of my hand. That's when the mattress shifted behind my calves. It was unmistakable. The end of my bed dipped as if someone sat down on it, a quick, real, solid weight that pulled the blanket tight over my toes. It wasn't a tiny dip either. It wasn't like the blanket had slid or I had curled my legs. It was like the bed greeted someone. The springs made that small, strained sound they only made when a person sat there. I didn't feel scared first. My first reaction was automatic. I said out loud, "What is it, Dad?" It came out all muffled because my face was pressed into the pillow. Nothing answered me, no movement, no voice. Just the sound of the fridge and the pendulum ticking faint from the wall, and my own breathing getting a little louder in my ears. The bed was still dipped. I could feel the pull on the blanket at my ankles. Something about that silence made every tiny hair on my arms stand up. I sat up fast, like ripping off a band-aid, thinking I'd catch whoever it was sitting there. Maybe my dad with his work shoes. Maybe he was putting on socks. My upper body came up and I looked right at the foot of the bed. No one. There was empty air. My blanket looked normal. The indent I had felt didn't show in the covers the way I expected, but there was still this sense of pressure in my legs, like an echo in my skin that didn't match what my eyes were seeing. My heart thudded in a way I could feel in my throat. I kept looking from the edge of the bed to the doorway to the clock, like my brain needed all three to make sense of each other. My sister was still asleep. I could see the shape of her shoulder under the covers and a little piece of her hair tucked into the pillowcase. She didn't move. She didn't stir. It was so quiet in that weird way where you can hear the house itself, pipes clicking, the refrigerator whirring, and that slow tick-tick from the banana tail on the monkey clock. I looked at the clock again because it felt like everything failed at once, and I needed a fixed point. The hand still read 7:20. The minute hand hadn't jumped forward the way it does if you stare at it for too long. The tail was swinging like always, tick, 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 that slightly uneven rhythm that clock had since the day we got it. If what I felt took as long as it felt like it took, a full minute, maybe more, I expected to see 7:21 or 7:22. But it was the same. I swallowed hard, and suddenly I was aware of my mouth being dry and my tongue feeling heavy. I slid my feet off the side of the bed, and my toes touched the rug. And even through the rug, the floor felt cold. I didn't want to walk past the spot where I felt the sit-down. It sounds dumb, but the idea of my leg brushing against something I couldn't see made my stomach twist. So I sort of swung my legs around wide and put my feet farther away than usual, and then I pushed off the mattress with my hands like I was getting up from next to someone. On the way out of my room, I kept my eyes on the clock, trying to catch the minute hand moving, because that would make it all normal. Time passing, a minute gone. I practically jogged the few steps to the kitchen. The hall was short. I could see the tile floor even before I got there, and the morning light was brighter in the kitchen because of the window over the sink. The smell of coffee hit me first, all bitter and warm and familiar. The radio was on low, some morning host murmuring the weather. My mum had her back to me at the counter. The coffee mug was already out. The cereal box was on the table. It was just an ordinary morning in that room. She turned around when I came in fast, and her eyebrows lifted because I don't usually bolt from bed like that. My heart was hammering so hard I felt like my chest was too small for it. I remember I didn't even say good morning like I was supposed to. I just blurted a jumble, and the words that made it out were, "Where's Dad?" "He left at 6:30, she said, just plain, like this was obvious. He had to be in early. I know I made some kind of face because she frowned a little, all concerned, and asked if I had a bad dream. I shook my head and realized my hands were shaking. I looked past her at the back door because part of me expected to see it open, or a jacket hanging wrong, or some clue that there had been a person in the house who'd just walked away. Everything looked the same as always at that time of morning. I stood there shivering, even though it wasn't particularly cold in the kitchen. My mom kept asking me what happened, and I did that kid thing where you try to explain and it comes out in pieces. Monkey clock. Someone moved, sat on my bed. I thought it was Dad. No answer. Nobody there. 7:20. Still 7:20. I heard how it sounded even as I said it. I could see in her face she was filing it under nightmare or morning confusion. She made me a piece of toast and told me to sit and breathe. The radio murmured about traffic. The coffee smell got stronger when she added sugar. The world kept doing normal. After a minute or so, I went back to the doorway of the hall and looked down it like maybe I would see someone walking away, like the sense of someone would still be strong enough to leave a trail. There was nothing. I can picture every square foot of that space, the scuffed paint on the baseboards, the little rug that never lay flat, a magnet on the side of the fridge with a conversion chart, everything in place. It made me feel crazy. I went back into the bedroom because I had to prove to myself that I had just dreamed badly, and it was already fading, that the bed would look normal, and I would roll my eyes at myself later for being so dramatic. My sister was still asleep. An arm flopped out now like she had turned over. The air in the room felt heavier than the kitchen, like it had cooled while I was gone. The spot at the end of my bed drew my eyes like it had its own gravity. I pressed down there with my palm, then my knee, then sat on it, like I was trying to match the exact feeling I had felt, waiting for some weird spark of recognition. It didn't match. The dip made sense when I made it. Nothing about it sneaked up. There was no after sensation creeping up my calves. I checked the monkey clock again. The hands had finally moved. 7:21. That was when the floor kind of shifted under my stomach. Less than a minute had passed between the time I saw the shape, felt the weight on the bed, asked, "What is it, Dad?" and sat up to find air. Less than a minute on that cartoony little clock with the stupid banana tail. But in that sliver of time, I had experienced something that didn't fit anywhere in the normal pattern of our morning. It's easy to chalk it up to being half asleep. Hypnopompic hallucination. That would be the obvious answer now. I get that. But the thing that I can't make fit with that answer is the pressure on the mattress. It wasn't a faint impression. It tugged the blanket across my toes. It pulled me into awareness before my brain even caught up. It left a sensation behind that didn't line up with what my eyes saw when I sat up. That's what keeps sticking. My dad being gone since 6:30 makes it worse. If he had been in the house, I could at least tell myself that maybe he did come in quietly, sit on my bed, change his mind about waking me and step away while I was rubbing my eyes. I wouldn't even be telling this. I would have just shrugged and laughed about how my dad spooked me by accident, but he was already gone. There's something about hearing that, hearing it right away, that made the blood drain from my face. The timeline locked in place right then. There wasn't any wiggle room. I ate the toast at the kitchen table because my mom made me, and it tasted like nothing. I kept glancing at the hall, like the shape would appear there, like it had been waiting to be acknowledged. The radio droned on about something I didn't hear. My mom put a hand on my shoulder at one point, a quick squeeze, and told me again that it was probably just a dream. I nodded. Wish I could say I believed her. I was 8, and sleep still felt like an extension of waking life. But this didn't feel like a dream. It felt like a thing that barged into the day, into a minute that was already taken. When my sister woke up, I didn't tell her anything. I don't know why. Maybe I didn't want to drag the feeling back into the room with my words. Maybe I was embarrassed to be scared of something I couldn't point to. I brushed my teeth, put on my school clothes, and did all the normal tasks while checking every reflective surface, every dark corner, every shadow on the carpet, like it might suddenly have edges. I kept expecting to catch the silhouette again in the corner of my eye, right there where it had been when it blocked out the monkey's face. If I close my eyes right now, I can line the whole scene up in my head. The angle of my pillow, the placement of my feet, the monkey's tail swinging to the left, the shape taking the clock out of my sight, the exact heaviness on my legs. It lasted a breath, maybe 2. Less than a minute, definitely. The clock proves that. But it stretched out inside me. It set up camp somewhere between my ribs and my throat, so every time I think about that morning, I get the same shallow breath. People always want a resolution when they hear stories like this. They want the twist. They want the reveal that it was a coat tossed on a chair, a shadow from a passing car, sleep paralysis, a prank. I wanted that too. I went back and forth across that room looking for something that cast a shape like that, something that could perch on my mattress and then vanish in the time it took me to sit up. There wasn't anything that fit. The room wasn't cluttered. There weren't piles of clothes or a chair at the foot of my bed. The hallway was clear. The kitchen was normal. My dad was already at work. It has been years since then, and if you asked me why this sticks with me so hard, it's because of how ordinary the rest of that morning was. No flickering lights, no closed doors opening by themselves, no dramatic rush of wind. Just a small kid on a too-cold mattress, seeing a shape that was too dark to be a shadow, feeling a weight where no one was, watching the hand of a cheap monkey clock barely move while all of it happened. And then it stopped. No build-up, no aftermath that made it make sense. It was like someone pressed pause on time for everyone else and pressed play on me. The last thing I did before we left for school was glance at the monkey clock one more time. The scratch over the left eye caught the light, and for a second I wondered if my brain had made the entire thing out of that little white line and the need to see my dad. But then the feeling came back, the distinct tug on the blanket and that cold press against my shins. I still can't explain it. I can't explain why the minute hand didn't move until after I was standing in the kitchen, why the air in our room felt heavy when the hallway felt normal, why my mouth went dry all at once. I only know that it was 7:20 when I saw it and felt it. 7:20 when I spoke into the silence. 7:20 when I sat up to find nothing there. And then 7:21 when I finally got the courage to look again. That's where it ends. No big reveal. No neighbor confessing to sneaking in. No loose spring I could blame. Just a missing minute that wasn't missing. A weight on my bed that left no mark. And a dark shape that stood exactly where my dad would have, long after he had already left. It happened and then it was gone. And I'm still stuck with that moment that should have meant nothing because it was only a minute, and somehow it meant everything. Story 2. I didn't go to the farm looking for signs. I went because the dogs needed to be fed and the chickens needed their water broken out of ice, and someone had to do it. That was the first day I'd gone out there alone since December. Saying that month still stings. My dad was an Air Force officer, a guy who woke up before the sun and made breakfast humming to himself, who birdwatched like it was a second job, who cracked jokes at the worst times just to make me roll my eyes and then laugh anyway. He cooked like a maniac. Everything got black pepper. Eggs, steak, roasted vegetables, salad, didn't matter. If you passed him the salt, he passed it back and reached for the pepper. That was his thing. I used to tease him that one day he'd just carry a pepper shaker in his pocket. Pulling into the driveway that morning felt wrong. The gravel sounded too loud under the tires. The house sat quiet, with the same blue-grey paint and the same stoop and the same dented mailbox, with a sticker peeling off. But the energy was different. You know when you go to a place where a person should be, the air remembers them, and your body waits to see them, and then nothing happens. That's what it was like. The dogs lost their minds when I opened the door. They skidded on the linoleum and clawed at my jacket, whining in that high way, like words stuck in their throats. I dropped my bag on the bench where my dad kept his work boots, and the bench squeaked like it always did. His boots were still there. That stopped me for a second. They were lined up neat, with a smear of dried mud on the toe. That image lodged in my throat and just sat there. I told the dogs we were going out, like they needed me to narrate, and grabbed the feed bucket. The yard was crusted over in frost, the kind that makes the grass whisper when you walk. The coop sat behind the barn. He built it out of scrap wood and stubbornness, and the latch still stuck if you didn't lift and pull at the same time. Inside, the hens did their frantic little foot shuffle when they saw me. I broke the ice out of the waterer with the heel of my hand and felt the cold go numb. My dad used to joke and call the hens the ladies, and for a second I caught my mouth starting to form that word and just stopped. The whole morning went like that. Reach for the memory, hit a wall. My half-brother said he'd come by later so I wouldn't have to be there by myself. He showed up late afternoon, around 4, right when the light gets thin and yellow and makes everything look tired. He parked by the barn and leaned on the hood like he was afraid to go in. We didn't hug. We just went around the back and built a fire in the fire ring my dad made from a circle of stones and a busted tractor rim. There was a pile of branches from a windstorm we'd been meaning to burn since fall. We stood there, feeding sticks into the flames and staring a little too long into it. Neither of us had much to say that didn't sound stupid. I had this looping thought in my head the whole time. He would have loved this fire. He would have managed it like it was a mission, poked at it, told us when to add bigger logs, stood with his hands out and his shoulders forward like he was absorbing it. He used to point at the sky when he heard a wing beat and tell me to look up. He didn't just know bald eagle, hawk, falcon. He knew the shape, the sound, the way they banked in the wind. He made me memorize it. The field guide in the kitchen still had sticky notes stuck everywhere, scribbles about where he saw what and when. We were only standing there maybe half an hour when the air changed. I don't know how else to say it. The fire cracked in a way that made me glance up, and then there was a shadow right over us. Not a big dramatic movie shadow that darkens the world, just a quick cold smear across our heads. I looked up and there it was. A bald eagle, adult, white head, white tail, the whole thing, and it was low. I mean less than 5 feet above us. I could have thrown a stick and hit it, and I wouldn't have had to aim hard. It wasn't climbing or hunting, it wasn't circling. It came in straight and level from behind the big maple, cleared that branch by a couple of feet, and skimmed right over us, like it had picked a line and stuck to it. I felt the air from its wings on my face, that heavy whoosh, whoosh that you don't get from little birds. It felt like a heartbeat right outside my body. I ducked reflexively, and we both tilted our heads up at the same time. The thing turned its head as it passed, just that quick side look birds do, and I saw the curve of the beak clearly enough to make my stomach flip. I remember my brain doing math in the background like, they live near the river, yes. They cruise this area, yes. But they don't buzz people's heads for fun, and the fire wasn't throwing enough heat to make a big updraft. There was no reason for it to pick that exact height, that exact line, that exact moment. I felt this jolt in my chest that was not grief, not exactly. It was like someone had tapped a glass from the other side of it. My dad. That's the thought that hit me, fast and weird and embarrassing to admit even to myself. My dad loved birds so much, he made them part of our conversations without trying. He could lean back in a lawn chair and call out hawk while still telling a joke. That bird flying so low over us that I felt the wind off it didn't feel like chance. It felt like someone saying, I'm here. I was shaking, and not just from the cold. We watched it clear the yard and tilt its wings when it reached the field. It didn't even look like it was aiming for a tree. It just kept that line. My half-brother blew out a breath like he'd been holding it and laughed in a way that wasn't funny. He said something like, "That's not normal." But his voice sounded small. We stared at each other for a second, with the same "oh man" expression, and then went back to the fire like we didn't want to spook whatever just happened by talking too much about it. He had to leave not long after. The sun drops early that time of year, and the temperature nosedives with it. He said he'd text me when he got home, and I said, okay. I watched his taillights disappear down the drive and changed my mind on going fully inside right away. The quiet out there can be loud. I stood by the fire and added one more big piece, then decided I'd go inside to turn on lights so the house didn't feel like a stranger when I walked in. I remember thinking that exactly. Make it not a stranger. The kitchen was the room he spent the most time in, if he wasn't outside. The radio sat on the counter and was always set to some station that played oldies and news, and the spice shelf was above the stove to the right. He built the shelf himself. It was 2 little planks, one set deeper than the other, with brackets he spray-painted black. The jars lined up like soldiers. He would even straighten them and move them around so the labels faced the same direction. He made too big a deal about it. The pepper lived right on the front because he used it constantly. He used a shaker with a flip-top lid for every day and a grinder for steak nights. I flicked on the overhead light, and that flat kitchen glare lit everything up. Same yellowed cabinets, same dent above the fridge, where someone once slammed it too hard, same towel draped over the oven handle. The dogs padded in behind me and flopped down by the heat vent, tongues lolling. I grabbed the radio knob out of habit and turned the volume up a notch. Some announcer was reading a list of headlines in that calm voice that makes your shoulders lower a little. I set my keys on the counter and reached for the cupboard to grab a glass. The pepper jar launched off the spice shelf. There's no fancy way to write that. It didn't wobble, it didn't slide. It shot forward like someone flicked it, cleared the stove, and hit the floor with a hard plastic crack that echoed in the little room. It bounced once and spun out, then settled a solid 4 feet from the shelf near the mat in front of the sink. Every other jar stayed put. Cumin, chili powder, cinnamon, oregano, still standing in their little neat lines like nothing had happened. The pepper was the only one on the ground. I didn't scream. I froze. My whole body went ice cold, like I had stepped into a freezer, like my blood forgot which way it was supposed to go. The dogs' nails clicked on the floor as they startled. One of them whined and went stiff, ears forward, eyes locked on the spot the jar had flown from. The other put his head up and looked from me to the shelf like he was trying to solve a math problem. I didn't move for a couple breaths. The radio kept talking about something boring. The fridge hummed. The house stayed so normal around, that one wrong thing that my brain couldn't place it. I could feel the anchor of the stove under my hand where I'd braced myself, and the edge of the counter digging into my hip, and that stupid pop of the jar hitting the tile, replaying in my head like it was still happening. I looked for every rational reason at once. A truck going by? No. We're back from the road. Door slam? I hadn't shut any door. Earthquake? Not even a creak. I hadn't touched the shelf. I know exactly where my hands were. One on the radio, one reaching for a glass. That jar did not fall. It traveled. I stepped forward and crouched to pick it up, and my hand shook so hard I had to steady the jar with the other one. Pepper smell hit my nose. Sharp, that tickle you get right before you sneeze. The lid hadn't popped open. It didn't spill, just slammed and slid and stopped exactly there. The silence after I set it on the counter clanged. I stared at the shelf a long few seconds. Every other jar still lined up perfectly. The pepper's place was a little clean circle in the dust where it had been sitting in front, because he always moved it forward. I could see that circle, and I could see the smooth space in front of it where nothing else had been. It was like someone had reached past everything else and flicked the pepper like a coin. That was the moment everything in me toppled. The eagle could have been a fluke, a weird air current, a bird being a bird in an unusual mood, and then the one object in the entire kitchen that screams my dad's name just hurls itself off a shelf with no human hand. No other jar moves. Not the salt, not the paprika, not the garlic powder, only the black pepper, the two most him things in one day. There's a point where you stop bargaining with coincidence. I remember saying out loud, "Fine, I hear you," even though the sound of my own voice startled me. It felt like the room was waiting for me to acknowledge it. The dogs relaxed a little, like some tension leaked out when I spoke. I put the pepper back in its spot and stood there with my palms flat on the counter, breathing like I'd just run. My eyes were burning. I don't even know why I reached for the bottle of bourbon in the cabinet. It wasn't a plan. It was just there, left over from a night of bad toasts and casseroles, and people saying the same sentences to me in different words. I poured a glass in one of his old tumblers that still had faint water spots etched into it from living in this hard water house. I took it outside to the fire because the kitchen felt both too full and too empty at the same time. The sky had gone to that deep navy that makes you feel like you're under something. The fire had fallen down to coals, but it was still hot, with that low red glow that makes you wish for warmth without asking for it. The dogs flopped beside me and sighed in that human way dogs do when they settle. I drank and I cried, there's no pretty version of that. It was ugly, shoulders shaking, mouth open, nose running. I looked up at the sky and told him everything I hadn't said, all the stuff I thought I'd have years to find the right moment for. None of it was poetic. It was a lot of, I'm sorry and I love you, and why didn't I come out here more, and do you know how much I miss you already? I said the quiet things out loud, because it felt like there wasn't any other way they were going to leave my chest. I yelled too. Not angry exactly, just volume, just making sure whatever had moved a jar off a shelf could hear me. I told the air about the eagle, like he didn't know, and I told it about the pepper, and I said, okay, I get it, you got through. The word that kept sticking in my mouth was here. Are you here? It sounded ridiculous even to me, saying it to an empty yard. But the truth is that I wasn't alone in that yard. I don't mean I saw anything. I didn't. No figures, no shapes, no more jars jumping around. It was more like the space to my right had weight to it. I don't remember how long I sat out there. Time feels weird when you're crying by a fire and drinking on an empty stomach. It could have been 10 minutes. It could have been an hour. The dogs dozed with that twitchy dream sleep. Once, one of them raised his head and stared at the place in the sky where the eagle had come from. It made me look up again. The flight line was nothing but dark, no sound except a distant yip from a fox or coyote way across the field. The fire popped once and sent a little spray of sparks up that died quick. The cold numbed my fingers where I held the glass. Going back inside after all that felt like stepping onto a stage. The kitchen light was a square on the porch. I went in, shut the door, and it was suddenly too quiet again. The pepper jar sat back on its shelf like it had never moved. The circle in the dust was already half hidden by my own fingerprints where I'd put it back. The radio was still on low, still murmuring about something boring. I turned the knob down until it clicked off. That click felt huge. I wish there was some tidy resolution. I wish I could end this with a neighbor banging on the door to tell me a bald eagle had been hanging out in their yard spooking everyone, or with me finding a loose bracket on the spice shelf, some logical hinge I missed that explains why only one thing jumped violently forward while nothing else wobbled. I checked the shelf. I touched every jar. I pushed on the wall to see if it was loose. It was rock solid. The house didn't shake. The dogs didn't knock it. I wasn't close enough to brush it. And that bird, I can hear my dad's voice in my head rattling off reasons an eagle might fly low, and none of them fit what happened. He should know. He taught me what normal was with birds. That day started like a chore list and ended like a line drawn under the word here. I fell asleep on the couch with the dogs in a tangle on the rug, the glass empty on the coffee table, the radio off, the house finally quiet. The next thing I remember is waking up cold, the fire dead outside, and that smell of pepper still somehow in the back of my throat. It was like it had storied itself into my senses. I sat up and stared at the doorway to the kitchen for way too long, waiting for something to happen again, and nothing did. That's what I keep coming back to. The way it happened, and then stopped. One pass of an eagle so low I felt it, one pepper jar hurling itself off a shelf while a whole row of other spices stayed at attention. Then stillness, no more, no explanation. Just those two things in one day that lined up too perfectly with the man I had just lost. It felt like he found the only two buttons in the world I couldn't ignore and pressed them. And then the day went quiet and left me alone with it. I still can't explain any of it. I only know how it felt, like I looked up at the sky and something looked back, and like a jar moved because someone who isn't here anymore knew I would recognize the message, and then it all stopped like a radio switched off. Story 3. I was 19, almost 20, in 2005, and I had the kind of job where fluorescent lights start to feel like the sun. If you've ever worked at a video rental place back then, you'll know what I mean. Plastic clamshell cases squeaking when you open them, carpet that hides every stain except the one you made, a constant loop on the ceiling TVs of trailers with the sound turned low. We opened at 8 in the morning and closed at 1 in the morning, and if you worked the late shift, you learned how the store changed after dark. During the day, it was kids begging their parents for candy by the register, and retirees asking where we moved the westerns. After dinner, it was couples picking the same rom-com they always picked, and teenagers who swore they weren't going to the curtain section. Past 10, it thinned out fast. By midnight, it was just me, the hum of the AC, and the buzzing open sign glowing red in the window. I'd been there about a month when this happened, long enough to know the regulars. There was a guy who worked nights at the hospital who always wore scrubs and rented war movies. A pair of sisters who only rented horror and returned everything late with sticky fingerprints. People get patterns. You start to feel like you know them even if you don't, because you see the same faces at the same times and you end up making the same small talk over and over. There was one face I did not like. Dirty blonde hair that never looked like it was washed that day, maybe early 30s, pale eyes that never smiled. He had this way of speaking where every normal question sounded like an accusation. Do you have it? Are you sure? You're out? Like I was lying to him on purpose. It's funny how that stands out. The first time he came in, I thought he was having a bad day. The second time, I got that cold, prickly feeling that tells you to be careful. By the third, I found reasons to be in the back room when he was at the counter. On this day I'm talking about, I started mid-afternoon and was scheduled to close. My manager was on morning and left around 6. The evening crowd came and went. I did the usual routine. Check the drop box for returns, wipe down the counter, face the rows so all the cases lined up pretty, restock the candy rack so the front looked full. The air smelled like stale popcorn from the machine we only used on weekends, and that weird, sweet plastic smell you get from DVDs that have been handled by 100 hands. A little before 8 in the evening, my co-worker who was leaving did that thing where she stands beside you and chats to ease you into being alone. She leaned on the counter and said something that made my stomach clench. Hey. Some guy was in earlier asking what time you start. I felt that cold prickle climb my arms. I said, "What guy?" Trying to sound bored and failing. She described him and my brain filled in the rest before she finished. I knew who she meant. Blonde, pale eyes. I asked exactly what he said and she shrugged like she hadn't thought much of it. "He just asked what time you were usually here." I said it varies. He pushed and I told him evenings mostly. Sorry if that was weird. She looked sorry. The thing is, in that job you talk about schedules a lot. Regulars kind of know when you're there without asking. This felt different. I told myself to let it go. Maybe he wanted a recommendation and liked mine. Maybe he was bored and making conversation. I'm not dumb, though. There's a tone people use when they ask about you, and it's not about movies. There's a way they let their eyes sit on your name tag. My heart was already doing that slower, heavier beat it does when your body spots a threat before your brain writes it down. My co-worker left at 8 in the evening on the dot. She pushed the back door open, waved, and that was that. I was alone, and the open sign buzzed like it always did. A family came in and took forever in the kids section. A man in a suit returned 3 discs with those little half-circle scratches that means someone used the wrong cleaner. 2 teenagers giggled their way past the beaded curtain and got told to leave. It was normal. I felt myself relax and then immediately tensed again when the bell over the door chimed. He didn't browse. He came straight to the counter. I didn't want to look into his eyes, but I had to keep it professional, so I looked up for a second and then down at the POS screen. My name tag was right there on my chest. It felt like a target. He asked my name even though it was in big letters. He asked where I went to school. He asked if I lived nearby. He asked if I had a boyfriend. He did it the way some men do it, like it's casual, like it's a quiz you have to pass to keep the peace. I heard my voice answer as vaguely as I could. I tossed questions back to him. Do you want to rent something? Can I help you find anything? He smiled with his mouth only. The rest of his face stayed flat. He said he didn't want a movie. He said he came to see when I got off. He said he would be there when I closed, so he could walk me home. He said it like an announcement, not a question, not a suggestion, just a statement of fact he was dropping in front of me to see how I would react. I felt it in my body first. My face went hot, my palms went cold, and I could hear my own heartbeat in my ears. It's a weird sound, like someone pressing a shell to your head. The whole store seemed too bright. I could smell the cleaner on the counter like it was suddenly right under my nose. I said something along the lines of, "No, thank you. That won't be necessary." I kept it polite because being rude can escalate men like him. I said I'd call a cab at the end of my shift. He shrugged and said he was going to wait anyway. "I'll be right outside," he added, like he was reassuring me. I remember the exact way he said it, like I should be grateful. Then he pulled his eyes off me and walked down the new releases wall like he was browsing, but he didn't touch a single case. He cut a line past the horror and out the door. As soon as the bell went off, I picked up the store phone and called my manager's cell. No answer. I left a voicemail that sounded too calm for how clammy my hands felt. I put the phone down and did the mental math of who else I could call. Back then, texting on a flip phone wasn't fast. I had my little brick phone in my pocket and my fingers felt clumsy, even thinking about trying to send a message. I called the taxi company we always used and asked them to have a car waiting right at 1 in the morning. The dispatcher asked for the address like she always did, and I tried to make my voice steady, giving it. I asked if the driver could come to the door and honk. She said yes, sure, that's what they do. It should have made me feel better. From then until close, my body was on high alert. Every time the bell rang, I braced myself. I started doing the closing tasks way too early because I needed to feel like I was moving. I ran the vacuum around the aisles, even though there were still people in the store, pushing it back and forth and keeping my head up to watch the glass front. I wiped down the counter again, even though it was clean. I emptied the return bin one more time and reshelved faster than I ever had. My hands shook a little, stacking those plastic cases on the cart, and I kept dropping them. The sound of them hitting the floor made my heart kick. At one point, I walked to the front door and looked out through that anti-glare film that always made the parking lot look darker than it was. The strip mall had those tall, yellowish lights in the lot that buzzed. A couple of cars were scattered right up front under them, but most of the spaces were empty. Across the lot was a takeout place with the neon sign still on. Farther down, a nail salon that had gone dark hours ago. I didn't see him in that first scan. I'd let out half a breath and then caught movement near the newspaper vending machine to the right of our door. He was there, leaning on the machine like he had all the time in the world. He saw me see him. That was the part that made something lock up in my spine. He didn't pretend he wasn't waiting. He didn't hide. He just stood like he was early for an appointment. He gave a little nod, like hey, as if we were acquaintances. I stepped back from the glass so fast I almost knocked into the gumball machine. I felt stupid and exposed, like being lit up on a stage. I went to the back and shut the door halfway so I had a barrier, then made myself go through the checklist like a robot. Count the till, fill out the deposit slip, wrap the deposit bag in the little plastic tamper-evident thing, sign the closing log. It was ridiculous because I couldn't focus on the numbers. I had to recount the draw 3 times because the totals didn't match. My hands left a little bit of sweat on the deposit slip. The pen squeaked. I kept checking the tiny office window to make sure he hadn't come inside. The bell never rang. The last hour, the store was basically empty except for one guy who came in to return something and spent 30 long minutes reading every blurb on the drama wall like it was a library. I wanted to beg him to stay. I wanted to warn him. I didn't say anything. I just lingered near him, straightening cases near where he stood, hoping he wouldn't leave until the taxi arrived. He picked something forgettable and walked toward the counter, and then he hesitated at the door and looked outside like he sensed it too. He glanced at me once, but didn't ask. He left. The bell rang. The door hissed shut. The store felt huge and empty. I turned off the ceiling TVs. The silence after they go off is always so sudden. No trailers, no voices, just the high electric hum you only notice when everything else stops. I flicked off half the lights so the store was dim except for a strip of fluorescence by the counter. That's our closing routine. You do it to signal to anyone walking by that you're on your way out. I wanted to be invisible, not a beacon. The open sign still glowed, though. I had to leave it on until close. I watched the clock tick toward 1 in the morning while I pretended to reorganize the candy. It felt like I could hear my pulse echoing in that plastic display. When it hit 1, I locked the door from the inside. That's always the weirdest moment. You flip the sign to closed and turn the lock, and it's just you on one side, the world on the other. And if someone wants in, they can't. The lock made that dull click that usually gives me a tiny sense of relief. That night it sounded pathetic. I turned the open sign off. The window looked black instantly. I called the taxi company again to check. They said the driver was a few minutes out. I said, "Please have them honk again." And she said, "They will again." I stood in the dark front of the store and tried to see out. The glass turned into a mirror. I could see my outline and the shelves behind me and the red dots from the DVD scanners. I could also faintly see movement outside when someone walked past the lights. And there he was again, a shape crossing in front of the door and then back the other way. He was pacing. Every time he turned, he flicked a glance at the door. He tested the handle once. The door held. He tapped the glass with 2 fingers like a bored person waiting at a bank. Tap, tap. I hadn't expected the sound to be that loud. It ricocheted through me. I stepped back and hit my hip on the counter hard enough to bruise. I went back to the office and shut the door fully and dialed my manager again. No answer. I dialed a friend and whispered into the phone, even though I was inside a locked room, like my voice could leak through the walls. The taxi horn finally sounded, 2 quick beeps that felt like a life preserver hitting the water at my feet. My relief was a physical thing. I could have cried from it. I grabbed my bag, the deposit, my jacket. I did the math of how to get from the back to the door to the taxi without unlocking the door alone into the dark. The driver honked again. I stood there, caught between the office and the front, and knew I had to go. The longer I waited, the worse it got. The driver wasn't going to sit forever. I took a breath that didn't feel like enough and walked out of the office, through the dim store to the front. I could see the taxi pulled up right at the curb, yellow light on the hood. The driver leaned over to look at the door. I waved and pointed down to show him I needed him to be close. I lifted the lock. I opened the door a wedge and squeezed out fast, keeping a hand on the handle to pull it shut behind me. The night air hit my face, cold and damp. My heart did that thing where it tries to run ahead of you. He stepped out from the shadow of the newspaper machine like he'd been waiting to time it. He wasn't even rushing. That was the terrifying part. He just angled toward me with that same expressionless face, like this was an appointment. I moved. The taxi driver must have seen my body language because he leaned across the seat and pushed the passenger door open from the inside. "Get in," he called out. Not loud, not heroic, just practical. I dove into the front seat because the back door was still closed and I wasn't wasting time. I slammed it. The driver hit the lock button. The sound of the lock thudding down felt like air filling my lungs for the first time in an hour. The guy stopped at the curb, inches from the bumper. His pale eyes were on me through the glass. He lifted his hands in this little shrugging motion like, "Come on, why are you making this hard?" He mouthed something. I don't know what it was. The driver looked at him and then at me and then put the car in gear. He pulled forward a foot, and the guy stepped aside like he wasn't going to fight a car, just a locked door. As we rolled away, I kept my face forward. I didn't want eye contact. I saw him in my peripheral, though, under that sick yellow light, hands at his sides. He didn't move to follow. He didn't yell. He just stood there and watched the taxi go. We pulled out onto the road, and the driver asked me if I was okay in that flat tone of someone who has probably done this before. I said I was fine. I wasn't. The inside of my mouth tasted like pennies. My hands shook so hard I had to sit on them. I gave him an address that wasn't my home because my brain was still in that mode where you don't give a stranger your real destination when there's someone like that outside. He didn't ask questions. He drove. I stared at the streetlights passing because if I let myself look down, I was going to start crying hard, and I wasn't ready to do that in front of someone. That's where it stops. We turned the corner. We left the plaza. The store receded in the side mirror, and that man's shape got swallowed by the dark like he was never there. I still don't know what he wanted or how long he would have waited. I don't know if he came back. I don't know why he picked me or what he thought was going to happen at 1 a.m. in a strip mall under a buzzing light with a taxi driver looking right at him. All I know is that he said he would be there when I closed, and he was. He said he would walk me home, and I felt the weight of that like a hand on my back all the way to the curb, and then it was over in one clean cut like someone snapped the line. The taxi turned right, the plaza went left, and he dropped out of the mirror. I can't explain that shift, how the world was huge and bright inside my little store 1 second, and then the next it was just quiet glass, and a man's face inches from mine, and then nothing, like a scene spliced out of a tape. I haven't found a place to put that night. It still lives right under my skin. Story 4. I still remember the way the gravel sounded under my tires that day. It was late afternoon, sun low enough to make everything look warmer than it was, and I had that nervous energy you get when you're meeting someone's family for the first time. We'd been together about a year. Up until then, he'd been careful with me, opened doors, asked how my day was, brought me coffee if he knew I had an early morning. Not perfect, but I felt safe with him. I told myself I was excited, even though something in my stomach felt tight the whole 3-hour drive out there. He wanted to pick me up, but I said I'd drive myself and follow. I told him I liked having my car in case I needed to head back early. That's really what I said. In my head, I think I just wanted an exit I controlled. I didn't have any reason to think I'd need it. It was just one of those small gut decisions that didn't feel like a big deal at the time. I packed a little overnight bag, nothing dramatic, jeans, a sweater, toothbrush, some makeup, my phone charger. He pulled out in front, and I kept his taillights in view, little red dots leading me off the highway and onto those steadily narrower roads, until GPS lost interest in helping, and it was just me and whatever directions he'd texted me earlier. His parents' place sat at the end of a long driveway lined with pines that had grown tall and lean. A wind chime rattled on the porch, not a pretty sound, more like old silverware in a jar. There was a dented pickup parked out front, a bird feeder with seed spilled underneath, and one of those doormats that says welcome in a font that tries too hard. The house had that flat, stretched-out shape of places that added rooms over time. It wasn't fancy. It didn't need to be. It was their place, obviously lived in. I pulled up and killed my engine. He was already out of his car and walking toward me, but he didn't look like the person I knew. It was subtle. The set of his shoulders was different. He didn't smile. He gestured toward the house with this impatient flick, like he was herding me. When I grabbed my bag from the passenger seat, he took it out of my hand without asking and walked ahead of me. It was such a tiny thing, but the way he did it felt like getting my wrist grabbed in a crowded place. Not enough to hurt, enough to pull me along. Inside, it smelled like gravy and pine sol, The first things I saw were family photos on the wall. A lot of school portraits, the kind where the backdrop is a swirly fake sky, a shelf with little trophies, framed prints of hunting dogs. The kitchen was straight ahead, open to the dining area, and she was there with a dish towel slung over her shoulder, moving fast between stove and counter. She gave me the quick, polite hug mums give their kids' girlfriends. She had soft hands and looked tired in a way that doesn't go away with one good night's sleep. His father came into view like a presence before a person. His voice landed in the room first, this sharp tone that made my back go straight before I'd even processed what he said. He didn't shake my hand so much as catch it. He didn't say welcome either. He made a comment about the time, like we were late, even though we weren't. He had that way of looking right at you and a little through you at the same time. I clocked the small things I always notice, the ring of keys on his belt, the way his boots thudded on the floor, the snap in his fingers when he wanted someone's attention. The dog, if there was one, would have jumped when he clapped. There wasn't a dog. Almost immediately, my boyfriend started talking to me in a tone I hadn't heard from him. Not angry, commanding, like he was telling a co-worker how to stack something. He told me where to put my bag. He told me which chair he wanted me to take. He told me to be quick. Little simple instructions said in a way that didn't leave me room to push back without making a thing out of it. I did what he said because I didn't want to make a thing out of it. I told myself he was nervous and trying to make everything go smoothly. I told myself I'd talk to him later about how it made me feel. We sat down at the table. The setup was, I don't know how else to describe it. It was like the table was arranged around one person. He sat at the head. His wife moved around him. My boyfriend took the seat on his right without being told. I got the chair near the corner with a placemat that stuck a little to my hands. There was a big dish in the middle that smelled heavy and rich, and bowls of things I can't even remember, because what stuck in my mind was the way they all moved when he spoke. It was automatic, like a reflex. She set a plate down, and he snapped something short about how hot it was going to make the table. She murmured an apology and slipped a trivet under it. He told her to get a different spoon. She put one down, picked it up, got another without a word. My boyfriend stared straight ahead and chewed with his jaw tight. Every time she reached for something and it wasn't exactly what he wanted, his mouth tightened and the room went still for a second. Like even the air was trying to not get in his way. I felt myself shrinking. It's the only word. I made myself small in my chair. I kept my hands in my lap when I wasn't using them. I laughed at the right moments. I said thank you. I complimented the food 2 times so I wouldn't sound fake. There was this moment at the table I can't get out of my head. It was quiet. He was chewing. My water glass had too much condensation on the outside and left a wet ring, and I wiped it with my napkin, and the sound of the chair creaking when I shifted was too loud in the silence. Then he turned those eyes on me and said, flat, not a question, when you marry, you will live here. No smile, no softening like it was a joke, not even looking at his son when he said it. He looked at me like he was checking if I understood an instruction. My fork went heavy in my hand. For a second, I didn't think he was actually speaking to me. I waited for my boyfriend to jump in and say something like, we haven't made any plans yet. He didn't. He stared at his plate. His mother fussed with a dish towel that didn't need fussing. I swallowed and said, honestly, I think I babbled something like, we haven't decided anything yet. It came out mild because my voice did that thing where it wants to disappear. He put his silverware down harder than it needed to go and pointed his whole face at me. The force of that look made my shoulders pull up without me meaning to. He said, still not loud but sharp enough to feel in your chest, if you marry my son, you live here. Understand? It wasn't a question. I can still feel how it made me cold from the inside. The room felt wrong, like the walls were closer. My boyfriend didn't look at me. He kept his head down, His hand was a fist next to his plate. His mother stood a little straighter, like she was bracing for something. I froze, trying to not show how panicked I felt, because reacting felt dangerous. I made some kind of neutral noise and reached for my water so I wouldn't have to talk. My hand slipped on the sweating glass and left my palm damp. I don't know how long dinner lasted after that. Time turned into this stretched-out thing where you're aware of every clink and scrape. His father told a story about fixing something on the property and how no one listens to him until he has to prove he's right. My boyfriend animated at that like a kid trying to impress a coach. He started interrupting me to add dumb details, to correct me on tiny things, to joke that I forget a lot. He jumped to get and remove things before I could, like he was performing. And every time his dad barked something at his wife, I felt my stomach drop a little lower. This was normal here, this was their air. After we ate, I said I needed the bathroom and excused myself down the hallway where my boyfriend had set my bag earlier. He followed me. I thought he was going to say sorry or make a face like, yeah, they're a lot, or ask if I was okay. Before I could get a word out, he took my elbow in a grip that was firm enough to communicate that talking was over. He steered me past the bathroom and into a small room with a twin bed, wood paneling, shelves crowded with dusty trophies and framed team photos. His old room. The bedspread had that cheap polyester feel. It smelled like old laundry, and something sweet and stale, like Axe spray from 10 years ago, lived in the walls. He shut the door behind us and stood in front of it. His face had that blank, tight look I'd seen at dinner. He told me I was being difficult. It wasn't a question. He said it in that same tone his father used for get a different spoon. Any softness I knew from him was gone. I reached for my bag because I needed something of mine in my hands. He took it and set it on the dresser and told me to sit. I didn't. He put his hand on my shoulder and pushed me back, so I sat on the edge of the bed, not hard enough to hurt, but hard enough that my body went along with it before my brain had time to process that I should push back. He flipped the lock on the door. The sound was small, but it hit me like a slap. A simple little click I felt in the bottom of my spine. I stood up so fast the bed squeaked. I told him to unlock it. I told him this wasn't okay. He didn't move. He said we would talk when I calmed down. Calm down about what? I hadn't even gotten to speak. He stepped forward when I moved toward the door. He used his body like a wall. He didn't swing, he didn't shove. He just took up the space I needed in a way that made it clear he could keep it. His voice stayed low and tight. He kept saying variations of the same thing. Stop making a scene. Stop overreacting. Stop disrespecting his parents. It was like he was repeating a script he knew. I went for the lock again, and he caught my wrist mid-air and turned me back toward the bed. The pinprick sting of fear went to full static. The moment his hand was on me, something in me flipped. I started yelling. Not measured, not polite. I yelled and I banged on the door with the flat of my hand so hard that the skin stung. I yelled his name. I yelled for his mother. I yelled, "Open the door," until my voice cracked. I'm telling this because the next part is what I still can't get over. The house stayed normal. The TV in the living room down the hall murmured. I could hear forks tapping plates and dishes moving and the sound of the faucet. No footsteps came toward me. No, "What's going on?" at the doorway. No, "Stop it," from his father. No, "Are you okay?" from anyone. He stood with his back against the door, and with this awful calmness told me to stop embarrassing myself. He told me no one cares, in this dead voice that made everything in my body lock up. I stared at him, at the face I thought I knew so well, and all I could think was, they can hear me, and they've decided this is fine. I banged harder. I hit with the side of my fist. I heard the picture frames on the wall knock against the paneling. My throat burned. My heart was doing that hard double beat that thumps right behind your sternum. I got dizzy, and had to sit back on the bed for a second, and I hated myself for sitting, like sitting made what was happening more okay. I tried my phone, hands shaking. I had one bar. I tried to call someone and the call failed. I texted myself locked because my mind was just that scrambled. I looked at the window. It was one of those old single windows with a screen that probably hadn't been opened in years. I could have forced it if I had a minute, and no one in front of the only door. I didn't have that minute. I yelled again, hoarse, and slammed the flat of my foot at the bottom of the door. The hollow thud of it went down the hallway, and still none of the normal signs of people responding happened. That was the worst quiet I have ever heard. My head filled with this buzzing sound that might have been my own blood rushing. And then, like a scene change with no fade, it stopped. He stepped away from the door. His whole face went slack, like he had just thought of something else. He turned the lock. The click sounded tiny and casual, like it had when he locked it. He opened the door an inch and then wider. The hallway lights made a yellow strip across the carpet into the room. He didn't look at me. He didn't say sorry. He didn't say anything. He just opened it and walked away down the hall like he was going to get a glass of water. I sat there for a second because my body didn't believe what my eyes were seeing. Then I stood, slowly, my legs shaking, and stepped into the hall. The house was quiet again, but a normal quiet. The TV still murmured. The kitchen light was on. His mother stood at the sink with her back to me washing a plate like she had all the time in the world. His father wasn't in the dining room anymore. There was a chair scraped out like someone had stood up quickly, but I don't know when that happened. No one said my name. No one looked toward me, even though I had definitely made enough noise to wake a sleeping dog. My bag was on the little table by the hallway like it had been there all along. I picked it up. My hands were shaking so hard I had to grip the straps tighter to keep from dropping it. I don't remember putting my shoes back on, but I must have because I was wearing them when I hit the front porch. The wind chime clanked. The sky was a dark blue that still lets you see outlines of trees. I walked to my car without looking back because I didn't want to give anyone the chance to say my name and make me pause. I got in, locked the doors, hands fumbling the lock even though I knew it was down, and sat there with my chest heaving like I'd run. My keys were in my coat pocket. That small choice I'd made that morning, take my own car, felt huge now. I started the engine. My head felt hot and cold at the same time. My hands left damp prints on the steering wheel. I reversed too fast, and my wheel caught the edge of the gravel and made that rumble sound that makes your teeth feel weird. I corrected. I pulled down the drive. I didn't look in the rear view. I didn't care if someone was on the porch watching me go. At the end of the drive, I stopped at the road and realized I didn't remember which way I'd turned to get there. My brain threw up a fog like it was trying to protect me from having to be in my head. I picked a way by feel. I drove. My phone lit up with missed texts I could barely process. I saw my hands at 10 and 2 and wondered whose they were. At the first gas station with lights bright enough to feel safe, I pulled in. I sat there shaking with the engine still on and the radio talking about something that sounded like it was happening on another planet. There isn't a neat end to this. I didn't confront anyone in the driveway and get closure. No one came running after me with an apology. I didn't get a call later that night trying to explain it away. The door just unlocked. The hallway was empty. The house moved around me like I hadn't just begged someone to open the damn door. I got in my car and left. That's it. It ended as suddenly as it started. All the noise and the panic and the banging stopped. And then there was nothing except the sound of my own breathing and the wind chime and the engine when it turned over, and the feeling that if I looked back at that house, I would see a stranger in the window. I still can't explain how I made that much noise in a house that size, and no one reacted. I can't explain the switch that flipped in him, how he went from a year of being one way to locking a door on me like it was the most normal thing. I can't explain why he opened it without a word and walked away like it hadn't happened. I just know how it felt in my body. The click of the lock, the sting in my palm, the empty hallway when it finally opened. It all happened in a handful of minutes, and then it stopped like someone cut the sound on a TV. I drove away and left the noise there. And I still don't have a box in my head to put that day in. That makes it make sense. Story 5. I was almost 12 and felt way older than I was that night, which is probably why it happened the way it did. We were staying at the Stratosphere in Las Vegas for a few days. The hotel with the big needle tower, you can see it from forever away on the highway, and at night the top glows like a beacon. That's what I remember from pulling in, thinking, this is basically a tiny city pretending to be a hotel. The inside felt even bigger. Everything smelled like cigarettes and some kind of fake coconut from the air freshener, and the carpet was this bright pattern that made your eyes buzz if you stared too long. The casino part was separated from the hotel side, but not by much. You still had to cross through the slot machine sometimes, which, now that I'm older, I can't believe anyone thought was a good idea with a kid. It was one of those nights where my parents were trying to do 3 things at once. They wanted to check on something for the next day or pick up show tickets, something like that. I remember the conversation being rushed, like them telling me, just wait right here, we'll be right back, and me nodding like it was fine. The spot they picked was at the edge of the casino floor, where the carpet turned to tile near a bank of gift shops and this fake waterfall. I can still feel the coolness from the AC blasting and the vibey ding-ding-ding from every direction. People were everywhere, a blur of sequins and hoodies and suits and old ladies pushing their luck at penny slots. I was holding a cup with melted ice and a straw I chewed on. I had on a hoodie tied around my waist because I always got cold in those huge air-conditioned places. They told me not to move. That's normal parent stuff. They said they'd be quick, and then they disappeared into the crowd like grown-ups do, fast and sure, like they know where they're going. I watched the direction they went until I lost them behind a row of noisy slots with fake coins pouring on the screen. I remember thinking I should count to 100 and then they'd be back. I counted in my head, tugging my hoodie sleeves over my hands because my fingers were cold, and I tried to act like I wasn't a kid just standing there alone. If you've never stood still in a Vegas casino as a kid, it's a weird feeling. You're not supposed to be on the casino floor. Security doesn't like it when kids linger. No one actually said anything to me that second, but I kept shifting from tile to carpet to tile, like movement made me less obvious. I didn't want a security guard asking where my parents were. That would have felt like getting in trouble, even though I was doing what I was told. I watched the elevator signs because they were big and obvious. Gold letters saying hotel elevators with arrows. The elevators were over past a little corridor. That's important. That's where she came from. She looked normal. That's the part that makes it stick in my head. Late 20s, maybe early 30s, just a person you wouldn't notice twice. Shoulder-length hair, a crossbody bag, jeans and a nice top. Flats, not dirty or wild-eyed. No obvious movie villain signals. She walked toward me like she already knew me, which I think was part of it. When someone walks up like you're supposed to be together, your brain doesn't freak out as fast. She smiled, sort of nervous, and said something about being scared of elevators and asked if I could walk her to the elevator bank. It didn't set off alarms right away. At 11, almost 12, I liked helping. I liked being useful. And she said it in this apologetic way, like she was embarrassed. Adults are weird sometimes, kids know that. We do little favors because it makes us feel grown. She wasn't trying to drag me, she wasn't touching me. She kept a normal distance. She spoke quietly like she didn't want to be rude to anyone around. It was the kind of ask that slips under your radar. I said yes without thinking. My mouth was faster than my brain. Then the part of me that was still a kid and still used to telling someone where I was going kicked in, and I said I needed to tell my parents so they wouldn't worry if they came back and I wasn't there. I told her I'd be right back. I remember exactly how I said it. quick and cheerful, like I didn't want to make her wait. I took a few steps away before I realized I couldn't even see where my parents had disappeared to. So I did the stupid thing and walked into the casino by myself to find them. That place is built to swallow you. That's how it felt. The blinking lights and sounds, and the way the aisles bend so you can't see straight ahead for long. I tried to remember if they turned left or right after the waterfall. I picked left. I skirted the edge of the carpet, keeping a little distance from the gamblers because I knew you're not supposed to stand right by the games. The carpet's pattern started repeating under my shoes, and the smell of smoke got thicker, and I realized how small I was compared to everything. Everyone was taller. I was at shoulder height or lower. Looking for your own parents in a place like that feels like trying to grab a specific bubble in a bubble machine. I went past a roulette table where the wheel was spinning, and a guy slammed his hand down like he'd just lost something important. I went past a waitress carrying an impossible tray of free drinks like she was a magician. I went past a couple arguing quietly but intensely. I scanned faces and none of them were mine. Every time I thought I saw my mum's hair or my dad's jacket, I would speed up, and then it would be a different person, and my stomach would drop a little lower. I started to wonder if I should go back to the waiting spot so they'd find me there. But I had already told the woman I'd be right back, and my brain kept fixating on not making a stranger wait for me. That's the ridiculous part, the kid logic that almost put me in a really bad place. I looped once, or what felt like once, and realized I hadn't been keeping track of where I was. The signage was generous, big glowing arrows to everything, but I didn't recognize any of the specific slot machines near me. They all look the same until you need one to look familiar, and then they're all different. I told myself to backtrack to the waterfall. I did that thing where I talk to myself in my head like I'm giving instructions. Go back to the waterfall. Go back to your spot. Then go get the lady. I walked faster. I held my cup tighter, like it was proof I belonged. I reached the waterfall area and felt relief just from seeing the same fake rocks and the same tourist taking the same blurry picture of the koi. The tile under my sneakers felt different than the carpet, and that calmed me down for some reason. I went back to the exact place I'd been standing. She wasn't there. I did a little circle like maybe she'd stepped away to throw something out or adjust her bag. I checked the nearby trash can. I checked the bench where people were doing the exhausted Vegas sprawl. I looked toward the elevator corridor, half expecting to see her looking back, waiting. I didn't see her. I felt this small, weird panic in my chest, but not because I thought she had done something. It was that I had promised to help and hadn't followed through. That's what I felt first, guilt. I was a kid trying to not disappoint a stranger. I hate that, admitting it. I stayed put this time. I wasn't going to get lost again. I told myself I'd wait right there and my parents would be back any second. I chewed the straw to shreds. My hands were cold and sticky from condensation. I shifted my weight from foot to foot. I watched the elevator corridor. People went in and out. Families with strollers, guys in suits, a woman in a sparkly dress holding her shoes. I didn't see the woman again. Then my parents were just there, like nothing. They came out of the crowd the way they'd gone into it, sure and together. I said something like, "I couldn't find you," and the words stuck to the roof of my mouth. It all came out wrong and messy. They were apologetic but rushed. And before I could get control of my voice, I blurted about the woman who needed me to walk her to the elevators. I said it like it was funny, like, "Isn't that weird?" I was trying to make it normal, I think, because I suddenly felt stupid for feeling guilty and lost. I watched their faces change. I will never forget the way my mom's eyes went from soft to sharp, or the way my dad's hand landed on my shoulder without him seeming to decide to do it. It shifted from, "We made you wait too long," to something else in one heartbeat. My mom asked where the woman was, and I said she'd been right there, and then she wasn't. My dad asked what she said exactly. I told them her words like I was reading them off a cue card. She said she was scared of elevators and asked if I could walk her to the elevator bank. Saying it out loud made my stomach feel like I'd swallowed a snowball. They both went tight in this way I didn't see often. Not yelling tight, the kind of tight that means fear and anger are taking turns. My mum told me calmly and clearly that if anyone ever asked me to go anywhere, I don't go. I watch the reaction in my memory now, and it makes me feel a little sick because I can see them both doing the math I couldn't do then. My dad started scanning the people around us, that protective look I'd seen once when a car didn't slow at a crosswalk. My mum said that a grown woman doesn't ask a kid to help with an elevator, especially not in a place like this, and that this is exactly how people take kids. It's the phrasing she used. This is exactly how. She didn't sugarcoat it. She grabbed my hand hard enough to hurt a little and then loosened her grip like she realized. After that, everything went loud for me. The slot machines, the phone ringing behind the check-in, the elevator ding. Every sound felt like it was happening right next to my ear. I kept glancing back at the elevator corridor because I wanted to prove them wrong and see her again, standing there, laughing and telling me she found someone else. But she was gone, just gone. And that's when it turned from a weird little moment into the thing that lives in my chest now. If she was actually scared of elevators, wouldn't she have waited another minute? If she really wanted help and asked a random kid, wouldn't she have hung around if the kid said, "Let me tell my parents"? She vanished like someone does when a plan changes. We moved away from that spot. My parents didn't say anything that sounded like panic, but they guided me through the crowd differently now, one on either side, my shoulders boxed in. We got to the hotel elevator bank. I watched the doors open and close, open and close. The mirrored steel made copies of us, warped a little. I suddenly pictured a different version of how it could have gone. Me walking with her, me being small and trusting, her pushing the close button fast. Her standing in the corner with someone else already inside, my little brain still trying to be polite, while my body realized too late that I was trapped. That image made me feel cold all the way into my wrists. I can still hear the elevator chime from that night when I think about it. It's ordinary, and it makes me feel like I have to move. We went up to our floor, and I remember standing there in the hallway, the long, straight line of doors and carpet and ice machine humming and feeling shaky. I wasn't brave, I wasn't cool. I was a kid who had almost walked into an elevator because someone asked me nicely. My parents tried to be gentle with me, but they were shaken too, I could see that. My dad kept looking at the people when we got to our room, then at the door like he wished it was heavier. My mom kept restating the rules like repetition would make them sink in. If someone needs help, you come get us. If we're not there, you tell them no and you stay put. You don't leave the spot we left you. She said it firm, and then she hugged me so tight I could feel her heartbeat. She kept saying, "I'm sorry. We should never have left you there." That sorry landed hard. I didn't know what to do with it. I just nodded and said I was fine. I wasn't. The weirdest part was after, going back downstairs for something small, maybe a snack, or to look at the gift shop. I kept scanning every face. Every single woman in a crossbody bag looked like her for a second. I watched the elevator corridor like it would cough her up again. She never came back. I started noticing other things I hadn't before. How many people are standing in a casino just watching, not gambling, not drinking, just watching. How easy it is to pretend you belong in that weird crowd. How many places you can go where cameras don't catch you for a second if you time it right. It made my skin crawl, even though nothing actually happened. That's the messed up part. Nothing happened, but it almost did. I replay that moment sometimes. Her voice, my mouth saying yes, my kid brain wanting to be helpful. And it makes me feel queasy, because it wasn't even a story I can tidy up with a dramatic ending. There was no chase, no security guard tackling someone, no scream. The horror was how easy it would have been to walk in a straight line from where I stood to the elevators and disappear behind mirrored doors. One choice, a dozen steps, and then it was just over. She was gone. My parents came back, and the casino kept being loud and bright like it hadn't just opened its jaws for me. The next morning we did tourist things like nothing was wrong, because what else do you do? I'm telling this now because I still don't have a good ending. It happened, and then it didn't. I stood on the tile with my hoodie sleeves pulled over my hands, said I would help a stranger with an elevator, and then I didn't see her again. That's the whole thing. It stops right there in my head, with the ding of the elevator and the empty space where she'd been, and me not knowing what would have happened if I hadn't said the one thing that made her leave. I'll go tell my parents. That's the exact sentence that saved me, and I didn't say it to be smart. I said it because I didn't want to be rude. And then it all just went back to normal, like it hadn't almost gone a very different way. I still can't explain how close I came and how casual it felt until it didn't. Story 6. The notice came home, crumpled in my sister's backpack, folded twice and creased at the corners like it had been passed through too many hands. I can see it in my head even now. School letterhead on top, big bold words in all caps, safety alert, like the ones they only use when they want parents to actually read all the way through. She dropped it on the kitchen counter next to the fruit bowl and went to her room, like it wasn't her problem anymore. I pulled it over and smoothed it out with my palm. The paper was that cheap, thin kind that makes your skin feel dry when you touch it. The letter said something about reported attempts to lure children and increased presence of suspicious vehicles, and it asked parents to review safety procedures with their kids. It had bullet points that looked calm but weren't. Don't talk to strangers. Don't approach cars. If you feel uncomfortable, leave immediately. There was a line that stuck. Adults don't ask children for help. My parents read it in silence, both standing at the counter, the fridge humming behind us. We had just moved to that neighborhood a few months before because the district was good and the new elementary school had just opened. 3rd grade for me, high school for my sister, same district, different worlds. New house smell, new routines, new route to school, the whole thing. My parents had that protective look that I had learned meant a talk was coming. We ate dinner fast that night, and then they sat us down at the table with the letter between us like it was homework. They didn't sugarcoat. That was just how they were. They told us about their plan for drop-offs and pickups again, where to walk, who to call. They spelled out straight what some adults might try if they wanted to get you close to a car. They covered the classics, candy, money, your mom asked me to pick you up. My mom said the one that has lived in my head ever since. They will ask if you've seen a puppy. They will ask for help looking. Hearing it out loud made my skin crawl even then. My dad added the practical stuff. Don't go in arm's reach. If a car pulls up, put space between you and the car. Get loud if you need to. If you can't go back the way you came, cross the street, even diagonal, to get away from the window. Better to make drivers slow down for you than be stuck next to a door that can open. I nodded like I got it. I did get it, but I was 9. 9-year-olds are weird mixes of too careful and too trusting. I remember feeling a little embarrassed, sitting at the table hearing all this. Like being that serious made me look like a baby. I played it off, said all the right yeses, and then went to my room and packed my backpack for the next day. I had my bike helmet hooked over the handlebar of my blue bike near the back door. The seat was a little high because it was a hand-me-down, and I was growing into it. There was a smudge of chain grease on the right leg of my jeans from where it rubbed sometimes when I pedaled hard. The next day was ordinary until it wasn't. School was worksheets and reading time and lunch that smelled like ketchup and oranges. The new building still had that paint and plastic smell, everything too clean in a way that doesn't last. When the last bell rang, I did my normal routine, shoved my folder into my backpack, buckled the strap across my chest because my mom liked me to wear it that way, and walked out with the herd through the front gate. The bike rack was under a little metal awning. I popped my helmet on and clicked it under my chin. The strap always pinched a bit at my jaw. I got on, left foot up first because that's my habit, and pushed off down the sidewalk. My route home was simple. Left out of the school, straight for a few blocks past the park with the swing set, right at the corner with the big oak tree that dropped those little acorn hats everywhere. Then a left onto the street that runs parallel to ours, so I could cut through a friendly neighbor's yard and come out by our driveway. The streets were those quiet suburban ones. Lots of SUVs, some trucks, parents double parking for a minute while they ran back inside for forgotten water bottles. There weren't sidewalks everywhere, so there were stretches where I rode along the edge of the asphalt, hugging the line like I was supposed to. It was cool out but sunny. I could smell cut grass from someone's lawn, and the air had that stillness you get after 3 in the afternoon when everyone is inside for a bit. I remember my front tire humming with the little bumps and the way the plastic of my backpack straps creaked when I shifted. I was moving without thinking about it, head full of nothing important. I turned the corner by the oak tree, swung wide, and then settled back near the curb, legs pumping and that nice little ache in my thighs starting. The truck pulled up next to me so casually that my brain didn't catch what was happening until the window came down. I heard the crunch of tires before I saw it, that slow roll, matching my speed. It was an older pickup, not shiny. The paint was a sandy tan that had faded. A little rust bubbled near the wheel well. The passenger window made that whirring sound of a motor that's been used a lot, and the glass slid down. The truck was on my left, between me and the middle of the road, close enough that I could see a scratch along the door and dust on the dashboard. The driver leaned over toward the passenger side, his elbow slung across the seat, one hand still on the wheel. He looked like an average man, not a monster, not a villain out of a cartoon. Maybe late 30s, cap pulled low, stubble that looked like he hadn't shaved that morning. He wasn't wild looking, he wasn't angry. His voice was almost friendly when he spoke. "Hey, have you seen a puppy?" That exact phrasing. The words hit me like a cold hand on the back of my neck. It wasn't just hearing puppy. It was hearing it after the paper on the counter, after my mom's voice saying the same sentence 12 hours before. My whole body knew what to do before I did. Shock pulled everything tight in my chest. The world tunneled. The only thing that existed was the space between me and that open window. I locked on his face for one full beat, like an animal hearing a sound. He gestured a little with the hand on the wheel, a small upturned palm like he was asking for directions. He said something else after that, just a second line, but I didn't listen. The inside of my mouth went dry and my fingers clamped on the grips so hard that later my palms had little ridges from the pattern. My dad's voice in my head said, "Don't be in arm's reach of a window." My legs were already moving. I shoved down on the pedals, hard, and the bike lurched forward. Instead of following the edge of the street the way I had been, I turned left, cutting across the lane into the middle of the road, aiming diagonally toward the opposite curb. I didn't look. I didn't signal. I went. The back tire slipped a little on some loose grit, and I overcorrected, and the bike wobbled under me. I took my feet off the pedals for a second to get my balance, and then mashed them back down as fast as I could. The sound in my ears turned into my breath, and the slap of the chain, and the faint squeak my brakes always made even when I wasn't braking. I aimed for the far side because instinct told me that getting distance in a straight line wasn't enough. I wanted angles between me and that door. The truck rolled forward, maybe out of surprise, maybe to pace me again. I don't know. There was a car way down the street coming toward us, and for a second I thought about it, and then didn't. I could feel the truck more than see it, the shadow of it. I made the curb on the far side and bounced up onto it because I didn't slow down enough to hit it clean. The whole bike jarred and the handlebars jumped and my teeth clicked together. I shot into the strip of grass and cut a hard right across a front lawn, tires tearing little tracks that made me feel bad later. I headed toward the open space between houses where everyone walked their dogs and cut through to the next street. I risked one look back. The truck had drifted into the lane I'd just crossed. The driver had his head turned slightly, watching me. He didn't look angry. He didn't look shocked. He looked the same, blank, steady, like he had all day. That steadiness terrified me more than anything. He tapped his brakes once, the red lights flashing like a pulse, and then he kept going forward like he had to commit to something now that I'd moved. I shoved my feet down faster and felt that burn you get when your thighs fill up with too much effort all at once. I cut through the little path between the houses, a strip of dirt worn hard, and came out on the next street over. By then, my heart was hammering so hard I felt it in my throat. The straps of my backpack were digging into my shoulders, and the helmet stuck a little to my forehead with sweat, even though it wasn't hot. I veered into a neighbor's driveway. White house, flag by the porch, potted plant with dead flowers, because my brain thought, not mine, not home, someone else's eyes. I dumped the bike to the side, front wheel clacking against the cement, and ran to the door. My legs felt like rubber and my lungs burned. I didn't even ring the bell. My hands were on the wood like I was going to push through it. I turned and looked at the street because part of me still needed to confirm if he'd followed or if I'd just invented all of it. The truck didn't turn onto that street. It kept going on the one I'd left, just rolled. I could see the top of it through the gap between two houses, moving away, no hurry, no screech of tires, no chase, nothing dramatic. It was like I hadn't been part of his plan, or like I'd made it too weird and he'd just decided to try somewhere else. That thought makes me sick now. I grabbed my bike off the driveway because I had the wild thought that leaving it there would let him know which house I went into. I got back on, hands shaking, and pedaled the last block to my house as fast as I could make myself go without wobbling too much to steer. I cut across our lawn and up our front steps and yanked the screen door so hard it slapped. My mom was at the sink, and the look on my face must have been something because she didn't even ask what was wrong. She came around the counter fast and put her hands on my arms, and I started talking, but nothing came out right for a minute. I couldn't catch my breath. It felt like the words were behind my heartbeat and couldn't get past it. I said enough. Truck, window, the sentence, puppy. I watched her face change the way your stomach drops in an elevator. She put me in a chair and got my water bottle from my backpack and told me to breathe. Then she picked up the phone and called the number at the bottom of the letter. I sat there with my knees bouncing, hands shaking, feeling useless and stupid and relieved and still scared all at once. I could hear her giving the street names 2 times. First ours, then the one I'd turned onto. She asked me what color the truck was, and I said tan. She asked if I saw the plate, and I shook my head and felt stupid about that in a way that didn't make sense. She asked what he looked like, and I said a cap. No sunglasses, stubble, that's all I had. Stupid, sparse details. My dad got home while she was still on the phone, and he listened with his jaw set, and then went outside to look up and down the street like he was going to fix it with his eyes. I hated going to the window, but I did, just to see if anything else was going to happen. The world outside looked exactly the same as it always did at that hour. Sprinklers ticking, kids on scooters 2 houses down, a package on our neighbor's steps that hadn't been there in the morning. A bird sat on the low chain link across the street and fluffed its wings. It made me feel like I was making too big a deal out of it, and also not big enough. Both at the same time. It was so ordinary out there that it hurt my head. A patrol car rolled by, slow at some point. The officer didn't stop, just drove the loop like they were told to. My mum spoke quietly to me while she wiped down the counter with a rag, even though it didn't need wiping. She didn't tell me not to be scared. She didn't tell me it was probably nothing. She said what she needed to say, which was that I did the right thing getting away and getting home, and that I wasn't going to walk or ride alone for a while. She also said the part that comes back when I don't want it to. Sometimes they don't look like anything. Sometimes they look like your neighbor. That's the part that has stuck in the small muscles of my shoulders and the back of my neck ever since. They don't have to look scary to be scary. They just have to ask the right question. I didn't move from the kitchen for a long time. I sat there and felt my body stop shaking in tiny increments. My dad came back in and checked the deadbolt like we weren't already inside. My mum put the letter back on the fridge under a magnet like we were going to need to look at it again. Like the paper itself could do anything. I felt deeply tired, the kind that makes your bones feel heavy all of a sudden. When I closed my eyes, I could see the angle of the truck next to me, the open window a dark square, and that gesture, palm up, casual, asking for help, like a gif on repeat. There wasn't a neat end to it. The patrol didn't find a tan truck and pull a man out of it and make everything clean. No one called back with updates. The phone stayed quiet after the initial call. The afternoon turned into evening like it always does. I watched the light move across the floor and fixated on dumb details. My shoelace had come untied and I hadn't noticed until I was back inside. There was a smear of dirt on my knee from where I'd cut over the grass. My helmet strap had left a little red line at my jaw. I drank water, and it felt like it went straight through me without stopping. The thing that won't leave me alone, even now, is how fast it happened, and then how fast it was over. 1 second I was a kid thinking about nothing, biking home in a new neighborhood I was just starting to think of as mine. The next second there was a window. A voice. A sentence my parents had warned me about less than a day before. Then it was a decision and a stupid jerky diagonal sprint across a street and a front lawn, and a grasping at a door that wasn't mine, and then our kitchen, and then nothing but normal sounds. It stops right there for me, like someone cut the tape clean and left a silent stretch where you're waiting for something else to happen. Even now, if I hear a truck window go down, my body remembers before my brain does. That voice, calm, friendly, like it's not a big deal, lives in the part of my head that turns ordinary things into warnings. I still can't explain how close it was because it didn't turn into anything. It was just a truck and a question and a bike crossing a street at the wrong angle. And then me in the kitchen watching the world pretend it didn't just tilt. It went from that man's words to the quiet of my house in the space of a few minutes, and there's nothing else to add. It just ended. And that's the part that keeps me up sometimes. It ended because I moved, and if I hadn't, I don't know where the line would have been, and I don't get to know. It happened, and then it was gone, and the street outside looked exactly the same. Story 7. We built this house in 2018. Brand new everything, no previous owners, no history except ours. I remember telling people that, it was a guarantee that weird stuff wouldn't happen. We picked out the floors, watched the walls go up from studs, argued about where to put outlets, all of it. The basement was the selling point for me. We finished it with a big office area, a bedroom, and a little den for movie nights. I work from home, so I set up down there, 2 monitors, a heavy desk, a cheap rug to make the concrete feel less like a garage. The dog's bed sits behind my chair, right by the sliding closet doors. They usually snooze all day until they hear the school bus or the garage. From the week we moved in, small stuff happened that I shoved into the new house settling box. Stuff like footsteps in the hall when I knew no one was home. Scratching that sounded like it was inside the wall by the stairs. I caught what I still call the black shape a few times in my peripheral, like a person-sized shadow sliding past the doorway even when no lights were flickering. Once, I felt a thump on my shoulder like someone had slapped me with an open palm. It wasn't playful. It made me jump so hard I almost tipped my chair. I told myself it was a muscle spasm. I said that out loud to make it stick. At first it was just me feeling weird about it. My wife and daughter would be out during the school day, and I'd be alone with the dogs. The dogs are lazy downstairs. One curls into a donut, the other sprawls frog-legged. They're the kind of dogs that let delivery guys drop packages without getting up. That's why the day I'm about to describe messed me up so badly. The dogs were the ones that told the truth. This was a weekday, a few weeks after we moved our daughter upstairs. She's 9. Her room used to be down in the basement across the hall from my office. One night she told us she didn't feel safe down there anymore. We did the parent thing and reassured her, told her the dogs were there, did the whole nothing to be afraid of speech. She looked at us and said the dogs didn't feel safe either. Something in the way she said it made my stomach drop. My wife and I took 2 weekends and moved her bed upstairs into the spare room on the main floor. She slept through the night again immediately. I felt stupid for not doing it sooner. Ever since we moved her, the basement feels different, heavier. I can't explain it better than that. The day I'm talking about started normal. I got coffee, packed my kids' lunch, waved them out the door, and went downstairs with the dogs around 8 in the morning. The basement has 2 little windows up high with those metal wells outside, so you get weak, sideways daylight. I turned on my desk lamp like always. The thermostat was off. We keep the AC off during the day this time of year because it's mild. I remember that clearly. The little screen said, "System off." I settled into my chair, answered emails, the boring rhythm of a normal morning. The dog snored behind me. The house made its regular small noises, the water heater clicking now and then, the faint hum from the dehumidifier in the storage area, the neighbor's mower way off once he got going. It was fine. Around 11 in the morning, something shifted. It was like the air pressed in. That's the only way I can say it. Not a draft, not the AC kicking in. The space behind me felt occupied. I checked the stairs for no reason, just swiveled to see if my wife came back for something early. Nothing. I'm not dramatic about this stuff. I got up and did the practical checks. Thermostat still off, vents closed, dehumidifier still on low with its usual soft hum, dogs still out cold. I told myself I was being ridiculous and sat back down. I took a sip of coffee and noticed that my hand shook enough to make the spoon tap the mug. That annoyed me. I hate it when my body decides it knows something my brain doesn't. Around noon, I felt a cold gust on my right calf, like someone opened a freezer door next to me. It came in a single breath of air, not a constant breeze. It brought the smell of cold itself, if that makes sense. No AC sound, no fan noise, just a quick, dense cold like stepping into the walk-in at a restaurant. I checked the vents again with my hand. Nothing coming out. Thermostat still off. The outside unit wasn't humming. The dehumidifier air is not that cold. I stood there with my palm over the ceiling vent waiting for more and felt stupid. I went back to my desk and that's when the scratching started. Slow and deliberate from inside the wall behind my monitors. It moved from right to left, a few inches at a time, like something feeling its way along a seam. Rats don't move like that. I've had rats in an old apartment. You can hear them scrabble fast, scurry, pause, then bolt. This was slow, like nails dragging. I got the flashlight from my drawer and checked the baseboard and the edge of the closet. No dust falling, no sign of anything. The dog slept through it. I tried to pretend that meant I could ignore it, and I managed to for maybe 10 minutes. At 12:30, I took the dogs outside for a bathroom break because routine makes you feel sane. They bounded up the stairs like nothing was wrong. The light upstairs felt almost rude, bright, warm, normal. I let them out into the yard and stood in the sun for a minute longer than I needed to. I could feel the warmth of it on my scalp. It felt good enough that I considered bringing my laptop up to the kitchen. I didn't because I have 2 monitors down there and laziness wins sometimes. I let the dogs back in and headed down with them. Halfway down the stairs, both dogs stopped so hard I almost stepped on them. They weren't looking at me or at the bottom of the stairs. They were looking across the hall into the room that used to be my daughter's. Nothing about that door was different. It was cracked open like always, blinds down, bed gone, just two little boxes we hadn't hauled up yet, and an empty dresser we hadn't bothered to sell. They both leaned forward slightly, ears up, and then did that thing where dogs go statue still. No sniffing, no curious tilt. Still. Their tails slowly dropped until they were tucked. The older one gave one low sound, not a bark. A groan you make when you see something you don't like. I whispered both their names without meaning to, like you're not supposed to wake something that might be pretending to be asleep. They didn't look away. I squeezed past them and stepped onto the basement floor and immediately felt that pressure in the room again. It was like my eyes started watering for no reason. I stood there in the middle of the hallway like an idiot, laptop bag over my shoulder, and tried to decide if I should go into the office or lock everything and go to a coffee shop. The dogs made the choice for me. The younger one took a slow step back up the stairs. The older one didn't. He stared into my daughter's old room with a focus I've only ever seen when a rabbit bolts in the backyard. Then they both did something in perfect sync that still makes the hair go up on my arms when I think about it. Their eyes tracked across the doorway from left to right, like following a person's walk. Heads hinged slightly the way you track motion. There was nothing there. I swear to you there was nothing. I have never wanted there to be a bug or a mouse or anything more in my life. I stood there trying to force my eyes to make shape out of air, and the dogs breathed in short, sharp little puffs like they were scenting something that was moving. I said, out loud, "Nope." Just that word. And then I did the worst thing you can do when you're scared. I walked toward the thing instead of away from it because my wallet and my laptop and my keys were in the office. I hate that I did that. The office is to the right of that doorway. To get to it, you have to walk past the spot the dogs were staring at. They backed up one step to let me move, but they didn't take their eyes off that line crossing the hall. I put my left shoulder to the wall like I was making myself narrow and slid along, feeling like a child. The cold hit again, right at my knees this time, the same short freezer door exhale. I made it to the office. The dogs didn't follow me inside. They stayed planted at the threshold, like the floor beyond it was no longer part of our house. The scratching in the wall started again, louder this time because I was closer. It was behind the bookcase, slow, slow, slow. I grabbed my laptop with one hand and reached for my keys with the other, and something slapped my shoulder. Not like, oops, bumped into something. Not like a spasm, a single solid hit. My head snapped to the left like someone stood over me and shoved me. There was nothing there. The chair creaked next to me like it had been nudged. I didn't stop to analyze it. I grabbed everything I could in one sweep and moved toward the door. I swear on anything you want me to swear on. Both dogs flattened themselves against the jamb to make room for me like they were trying to let me pass without touching whatever else was in that space. I did that sideways shuffle people do when they don't want their back to an open room. The younger dog did a small, involuntary pee dribble on the tile. He has never done that inside. Ever. His eyes were huge and all the white showed. The older dog's hackles were up in a ridge I didn't even know he could make, like a zipper down his spine. They both breathed shallow, not panting from heat, fear breathing. It sounds different once you know it. We went upstairs. I don't remember deciding to. I just found my feet on the stairs and my hand scraping the banister like I needed to get splinters to feel normal again. Upstairs, everything felt wrong by how right it looked. Light coming through the kitchen blinds, the regular mess of breakfast dishes by the sink, an email pinging on my phone. The dogs followed me up and then did a weird thing. They both turned and stared at the basement door like they expected it to open on its own. The younger one tucked himself under the table. The older one sat with his nose pointed at the hinge and didn't blink. I texted my wife a summary because I didn't trust my voice on the phone. She called me anyway. I told her the simple version, Something is wrong downstairs. I'm bringing my stuff up. She told me to go outside for a minute. I went and stood on the patio and let the sun hit the back of my neck. Our yard looked normal. The neighbor's wind chime tinkled. The mail truck thumped their lid shut 2 houses down. Ordinary life. I stood there until the feeling in my chest stopped clipping like a bad audio recording. I went back in to shut off the dehumidifier because its hum suddenly made me embarrassed, like I'd mistaken it for a ghost. I opened the basement door and said the dogs' names because that's habit, like I was going to tell them to come down with me. Neither of them moved. The older one didn't even flick his ear. I took 1 step down and heard the same slow scratching behind the bookcase, as if the house had been waiting for the moment my foot touched that step. I froze. No fan, no AC. The thermostat upstairs still said, "System off." A little ribbon of cold air moved up the stairwell and cut across my shins. I didn't go all the way down. I reached the landing where the stairs turn and leaned my head over the railing enough to see the bottom. Nothing moved. No shadows, no obvious cause. The dogs stood at the top like they were drawing a line with their bodies. I wanted to be the adult who goes down and rips open a wall and finds a loose duct or a raccoon nest or anything I could hold in my hands and show to my own brain. I couldn't make my feet do it. I closed the door and stood there with my hand on the knob and my forehead resting on it like I could push through wood. The afternoon dragged in a weird limbo. I sat up at the kitchen table with my laptop like it was any day. I answered emails. I drank water. The dogs didn't leave my side. They didn't nap. They didn't settle. They watched the basement door like it might breathe. At one point, around 2 in the afternoon, they both got up at the exact same second and moved 3 feet to the left, noses tilted up, tracking again. I didn't hear anything. I didn't feel anything. They were seeing something I wasn't. The older dog let out 1 sharp bark straight at the door. The hair on my arms popped up in a wave. Then it went quiet again. Just quiet. My daughter came home later and ran inside with her usual chaos. Bag dropped, shoes kicked off. The dogs finally wagged. The house downshifted back into what a house is supposed to be at that time of day. I didn't tell her about any of it. I couldn't stand the idea of putting that fear back into her, especially after we moved her upstairs and she finally sleeps. We had dinner. We did the routine. It felt false, like we were performing our life for something listening. After she went to bed, I stood at the top of the basement stairs with my wife. We didn't say much. We just listened. The sound you think of when you think empty house is what we heard. Nothing. No scratching, no footsteps, no drafting, air that didn't move. I flicked the stair light on and off like an idiot. The dogs lay on the rug in the living room but turned their heads every time the bulb clicked. We closed the door. We went to bed, and I lay there feeling stupid and tense and 15 years older than I had when I woke up. I know what people will ask, because I've asked it of myself. Could the scratching be in the ductwork? Could the cold air be stack effect? Could a new house creak and pop in weird ways? Yes to all of it. But I can't make one piece of logic cover all of it at once. The dog's eyes tracking empty space across a doorway together. The way they moved aside for me without taking their gaze off something. The solid slap to my shoulder. The specific cold gust that never came with any fan noise. The way my daughter said the dogs didn't feel safe before we rearranged a single piece of furniture. It stacks up in a way that logic has to strain to carry. It ended the way it started. Abruptly, it was like a pressure release. 1 minute the air was wrong and the dogs were locked on and I was swearing under my breath at an empty room. And the next, it was regular late afternoon and then dinner time and then dishes in the sink. No grand finale, no lights flickering, no door slamming. It just stopped. The basement was a normal, finished basement again if you looked at it from a photograph. I can't make that feel true in my body. The dogs still won't go down there during the day. If I try to coax them, they plant their feet and give me that same panicked look from the stairs. I don't work down there anymore. I tell people it's because the Wi-Fi is better upstairs. That's not why. I keep thinking about that exact second on the stairs when both dogs froze, and their eyes followed something I couldn't see, left to right, lined straight across the hall, like someone tall and quiet walked into my daughter's old room without touching the door. It stuck in my head with the same edges as the slap on my shoulder, the cold licking my calf, the scratch moving behind the bookcase. I can't explain it. It happened, and then it was done, like a switch flipped off. And every time I put my hand on the basement doorknob now, my fingers remember that cold, and my shoulder remembers that hit, and the dogs watch that door like they're waiting for it to breathe again. Then nothing. Just the house pretending it's only wood and drywall and air. Oh, Story 8. We decided to take the kids to the Imperial War Museum because they'd been talking about planes and tanks for days. London had been all big sidewalks and snacks and tired feet up to that point. And something about a museum felt safe and contained, like we could give them a real thing to look at that matched the pictures in their books. It was one of those grey London mornings that can't decide if it wants to rain, and the air felt damp but not cold. We got off the bus and walked the last little bit with the kids bouncing ahead. The building looks like it's watching you, with its big columns and that shell out front. We went up the steps, through the queue, and the security person smiled at the boys, trying to peer around people to see what was inside. Right at the entrance, there were the signs with "donation suggested" and a line about bag checks. The staff had those lanyards and patient voices that museums teach you. Inside, the space opens up like a giant well. The atrium is high with a glass ceiling, and there are planes hanging in a way that makes kids gasp. A Spitfire, a rocket, pieces of machines that look like they should be outside, not inside. The sound is funny in there, voices drift up and get lost. Your footsteps echo a little. I remember the smell too, that mix of polished floors and old metal and everyone's damp coats. We did the normal route at first. The kids wanted to see the big stuff. So we wandered around the ground floor, then up one level to look down at the planes, then up another to where you start to get to the heavier history. There are timelines on the walls, blown-up photos, little screens playing clips. The boys lasted through a couple of those before getting bored. That's fine. They're 6 and 7. Their interest level peaks with anything that looks like a vehicle and dips immediately when text appears. There are signs outside the Holocaust exhibition. They're large, clear. They say it's on the 3rd floor. They say it's not suitable for young children. The content warnings are direct. My husband wanted to see it. We both did, but we knew the kids couldn't go in. It wasn't even a question. So we made a plan. He'd go in first while I waited with the kids just outside the entrance. And then we'd switch if I felt up to it. I wasn't sure I was. There's heavy and then there's that. And I was already feeling that particular parent tired that makes your bones feel soft. We found a place to sit in the open area outside the gallery. It sounds like I'm talking about a hallway, but it's more like a wide landing in the atrium with a railing you can look over to see the levels below and benches along the wall. Groups were flowing past us toward other galleries. School kids in matching jackets with their teachers corralled them with that practiced look. Couples with audio guides balanced against their ears. A toddler streaked by with a juice box, and a parent did that half-run we all do to keep up. It was a normal museum day. Noise everywhere, but polite noise. Footsteps, whispers that were not actually whispers. The beep from an exhibit every now and then. My husband squeezed my hand, said he wouldn't be long, and went in under the sign. The boys were already distracted, swinging their legs and asking if we could get a snack later, and arguing about who saw the green plane first. I put my bag down and pulled out a little pack of crackers that I had stashed for exactly this type of pause. They munched and leaned on me. We looked over the railing and watched people move like ants below. This is where all the weirdness starts, and I want to be clear that nothing else going on around us changed. That's important. The museum did not suddenly go quiet. No lights flickered. No cold breeze. It was all the same. What changed was the sound in our corner of it. It started with my younger one tugging at my sleeve and asking why the lady was crying. He said it like kids do when they're confused, but not yet scared. I didn't hear anything at first, and I started to say some vague thing about someone probably being upset in another gallery, but his face made me pause. He was listening hard, eyes narrowed, chin tipped like he was trying to find the direction of a noise. My older one was mid-swing of his foot, and he stopped too, ankle hanging in the air. The pause made something in me tighten. I listened. You know when you're in a room full of talking and a single tone threads through it? That's what it was like. At first it sounded like someone far away. A high sound, but not a scream. Not the dramatic wail people do in movies. A tight, thin crying, like someone trying to keep it down and failing. I've heard crying. I have kids. I'm not squeamish about that sound. This had something else in it, a tremor that made my skin pebble. It was coming from behind the wall to our right, which was the Holocaust exhibition. That's what my ears told me. The crying was inside the exhibition, or behind it, or under it. But the path the sound took didn't make sense in a building made of concrete and glass and banners. It didn't reverberate like the other sounds did in the atrium. It slid through the space and landed right in front of us. I looked around for the most obvious explanation. A person nearby on a bench. Nothing. The people on our bench were a middle-aged couple reading a brochure with their heads close together and a guy in a hoodie looking at his phone. No one was crying. None of them even looked up. A group of teenagers marched by with a teacher counting them off. A woman stood with her hands filled with coats and stared at a sign like she was trying to decide where to go next. No one's body showed that quick jolt you do when you hear something roar. The crying got clearer. It didn't get louder in the way that volume does. It felt nearer. I couldn't see anyone else reacting. I looked at my kids. The younger one had his hand over one ear for a second and then took it away, like he was testing if he could block it. The older one had moved closer to me until our shoulders touched. His leg had stopped swinging. He had that look kids get when they're trying to decide if they should be scared. It's a careful look. I did that adult thing where you make a brave face and start scanning for a staff person, because that is what you do when something feels off. I saw the desk farther down with a volunteer behind it. I saw a security guard at the far end of our floor, chatting with another staff member. Neither of them looked in our direction. No one was multitasking in a way that said, "I hear something wrong." I thought maybe there's an audio feature in the exhibition. Sometimes museums have sound that bleeds a little into the rest of the space. But I've done enough museums to know how that stuff is normally placed, and it doesn't sound like this, like a person right next to you. The crying wasn't consistent. It came in waves. There would be a few seconds of a thin, keening sound, then a hiccup, like someone catching breath, then it would start again. What unnerved me was the quality. There was something old in it. That sounds dramatic, and I don't know a better way to say it. The sound had age. It made the little muscles along the back of my neck tighten. My hair actually stood up, and I noticed it because I felt the air on those tiny hairs. The kids both asked me again about it because now we all heard it, and pretending we didn't wouldn't help. I told them we were going to stand up and take a little walk, get some water, go to the restroom. I kept my voice even. I didn't want to push a panic into their bodies. I gathered our stuff with hands that went a little numb at the fingertips. The crying didn't stop because I moved. It followed me in the same way it had been, inside my hearing without being locatable. Like the way a ringing is in your ear after a loud place, except this moved and had emotion in it that didn't belong to me. Standing up made me notice another thing. The air by the entrance to the exhibition felt thicker, not colder, not warmer. There was a density that I noticed because the moment we stepped away from that spot, back toward the middle of the atrium, that density let up. It's like walking out of a warm room into a colder hallway and feeling the difference on your skin, except there wasn't a temperature change. It sounded like the crying was still there, but I had to try harder to hear it. My body eased a fraction, and then the younger one said, "She's still crying," and my stomach dropped again. We started moving toward the restrooms. They're around a corner, down a short hallway. On the way, we passed more people. A dad with a baby on his chest. A couple looking at a tank through the railing below. A group of older visitors looking at brochures and talking about where the cafe was. No one looked up at the sound. No one blinked. It made me second-guess my own ears in real time. You start to do that mental check. Is this in my head? Is one of the kids making the sound without meaning to? Is there a speaker playing an installation? I watched the people around me for that micro-flinch you do when you hear crying in public. It didn't happen. We turned the corner into the restroom hallway, and the sound stretched like someone pulling taffy. It thinned out, then it was just gone. The quiet was sudden, not like someone turning down a radio, more like a screen dropping over a window. The hallway was plain, with the usual tiles and the sign for men, women, accessible, baby change. There was a woman washing her hands and humming. A kid came out of a stall and shook water all over as he tried to dry his hands without really drying them. Everything was normal. I felt dazed. The boys both clung to me in that way kids do when they're tired and don't want to say they're scared. Inside the restroom, under the two bright lights, I checked their faces. No tears, just this unsettled look that mirrored mine. We washed hands that didn't need washing. When we stepped back out into the hallway, I paused before turning the corner back toward that landing, like I needed to test if the sound would be there waiting for us. There was nothing. Noise from the atrium, yes. The general roar of a museum, people, boots, kids, the normal. That other sound did not come back. We went to the cafe because that felt like the right thing to do. It was crowded, the way museum cafes always are around that time. I bought the boys lemonades and ordered a tea for myself and sat them with their backs to a wall, like that would do anything. I watched the entrance to the area we had just been in, like a guard. I kept expecting to see someone come out obviously distraught, and that would be the explanation I needed. No one did. My husband found us 10, maybe 15 minutes later. He looked the way you look after coming out of that kind of exhibition, unsteady and quiet. I didn't launch at him right away with what had happened. I let him sit. I waited until he had a sip of water. Then I told him. I said the plain thing, because that's how I had to say it. We heard someone crying from the exhibition, but no one else reacted. It had sounded like a real person, close, but it didn't behave like normal sound. The boys nodded in sync with me, not because they were trying to back me up, but because they were still stuck on it too. He listened, and his face did that careful thing adults do when they don't want to scare kids. He said quietly that he hadn't heard anything crying inside. The exhibition is contained. It's heavy, but people keep their voices low in there. He had seen people crying, but it was private, and even that is not a wailing sound in that space. He added that he had heard audio in some parts, but nothing like what we described. That made my stomach flip. I had wanted him to say he'd heard the same thing from the other side of the wall. That would have made it make sense. He didn't. We finished our drinks. The boys got their color back in their faces. I loosened my clenched jaw without realizing I'd been holding it. We did another small loop of the less intense galleries to try to reset, but I kept finding my eyes pulled toward the third floor. Every time we passed a sign for it, my chest got tight again. I didn't go in. I told myself I'd come back another time when I wasn't responsible for keeping two kids steady. I couldn't shake the feeling that the sound wasn't supposed to have come out to where we were sitting. That's the only way I can put it. It had reached past the line where the museum had tried to keep heavy things contained and sat down in front of my kids. The rest of that day is just snapshots. The boys with their hands on the glass of a tank, my husband reading the small plaques, the way the light shifted in the atrium as the afternoon went on. We left when the crowd started to thin and that tired end-of-day tone fell over the place. The boys were quieter than usual on the bus back. My younger one leaned into me and fell asleep against my arm, because kids always will if you give them something steady to lean on. My older one asked once in a small voice if the lady was okay, and I said the safest thing I could, which was that I didn't know. I've replayed that small hour over and over, trying to find the ordinary explanation I can live with. I keep landing on the same heap of facts. Only the three of us heard it. It sounded like a real person, not a speaker, not a recording, and it came from the direction of that exhibition. No one else around us changed their behavior. The air felt heavy in that one spot, a normal 5 steps away. It followed us until we turned that corner, and then it stopped like someone shut a door. I'm not reaching for big words about it. I'm not saying anything more than what happened. It was the kind of fear that builds when your senses tell you something that the rest of the world refuses to confirm. It makes you doubt yourself in the moment, and then, later, get ice cold all over when you think about how sure your body was. The thing that stuck longest was how my kids both tuned to that sound at the same time, and how their little bodies got tense in a way I've only seen when something real is wrong. They didn't play it up. They didn't make it dramatic. They went very still. It ended the way strange things sometimes end. It was there and then it wasn't. No explanation. No staff member telling us about a sound installation. No sign. No one else saying they heard it too. Just that moment in the bright, noisy museum where a thin, high cry threaded itself through the air and only landed in our ears. And then we walked toward a neutral, tiled hallway, and it slid away like it had never been there. That's the part I keep feeling, even now. The way the sound sat with us and then lifted. The way the space outside that exhibition felt dense around us. How everyone else just kept moving through their day. I don't have a neat end to hand you. It happened, and then it stopped, and it won't leave me alone. Story 9. I can still feel the stickiness of that day on my skin. South Beach in the middle of summer has this heavy, wet heat that sinks into your clothes, even when you live there and think you're used to it. I was working a shift at this little alternative clothing store on the main drag. Black walls, racks of band tees, studded belts, mesh tops, a glass case with jewelry and strange accessories, and a faint smell of incense that clung to your hair by the time you left. The kind of place tourists duck into because the window has a mannequin in a neon wig and boots up to the knee, and locals pop in for a new belt or some weird sunglasses. The front door was usually propped open, but that day the AC had to work overtime, so we kept it pulled shut and let the handle swing on the doorbell every time someone actually came in. It was off-season, which in South Beach means summer. The real tourist crush is in winter. Summer is locals, a slow trickle of vacationers who didn't plan around the heat, and bored kids skipping across the street to the bodegas. The owner and I were the only ones on that day. She lived upstairs with her kids in this narrow apartment above the shop. The stairs were tucked behind a door in the back room. Sometimes you could hear little feet running along the hallway up there, or the thump of something being dropped. It felt more like a house than a store because of that, like we were babysitting the place for her kids. I had the boring job, folding shirts behind the front glass case. The case held jewelry, cuff bracelets, those spiky chokers that never really go out of style, and smaller things that walk off if you leave them on the floor. There was a clear space on top of the case where we kept a lint roller, the price tag gun, a little stack of business cards, and my water bottle. It was one of those vitamin water bottles, the fruit punch one with the pink label. I buy them and then refill them with filter water because South Beach makes you drink constantly, or you turn into a raisin. That bottle had been there all morning, leaving a little ring of condensation on the glass that I kept wiping with the rag I tucked into my back pocket. She was on the other side of the store, fussing with the mannequins. There were 3 of them near the back, one in a mesh dress over a black slip, one in a ripped tee and pleather pants, one in something neon. The AC made a low, constant hum from a grate in the ceiling, and the lights buzzed in that way. Fluorescent lights do, so you stop hearing it until the store is empty, and then it's all you hear. Out on the sidewalk, the usual beach traffic rolled past. Scooters, tourists on rental bikes, a bus squealing to a stop. You can feel the bass of car stereos through the floor sometimes when someone really wants you to hear their music. That day, none of that felt important. It was just background to my hands making rectangles out of cotton. We had maybe 3 customers the whole morning. One guy wandered through and handled every single studded belt and then left without buying anything. 2 girls came in, tried on sunglasses, took selfies, and left. After that, nothing. The air inside got that quiet where you hear each other breathing and you try not to make your chair squeak. I was counting shirts by size so I could make a new, neat stack of smalls. I remember dragging my finger down the pile like a kid, muttering 1, 2, 3 out of habit. It was in that stupid, calm moment that the owner called across the store and asked if I'd seen her kids pass through. She said it like she always does when they've been in and out, half distracted by whatever she was touching on a mannequin. I told her no, I hadn't seen them. She frowned, more confused than worried, and said she could have sworn she heard children a second ago, laughing, whispering, the weird sing-song kids do when they think you can't hear them. I stopped folding and listened because sometimes you do hear them. The stairwell door jars when they come down, and you can hear a burst of giggles as they tiptoe past like they're sneaking. I heard nothing, just the AC, the street, the faint rattle of a metal hanger clacking against another if you breathed too hard near the rack. She stood still for a second, like she was trying to convince her own ears. Then she shrugged in that way that says she'll check later and went back to pulling a skirt straight. The room sank back into the usual slow afternoon. I looked down at the shirt by my hands and finished folding. Honestly, I didn't think much of it. Old buildings make sounds. Sound travels weird in these skinny South Beach shops. The apartments above send scraps of conversations down through vent shafts, and you think someone's standing right next to you. People walk past on the sidewalk, and their voices bounce off the glass. I rationalized without even needing to try. The heat pressing at the front windows made the glass fog a little around the edges. A couple on a scooter idled at the curb, and the scooter's high whine cut through the room for a second. When they took off, it left this bubble of silence behind it that felt like when a fan turns off, and you only then realize how loud it was. That was when the store felt weirdly still. Not dangerous, not prickly, just still, in a way that made me pause mid-fold and look up for no reason. Nothing was different. The front table had a row of buckled boots, lined like soldiers. The t-shirt wall was a grid of faces and logos. There were little plastic skulls on a shelf that always made me roll my eyes. The owner's tape measure lay draped across the top of a mannequin stand. My vitamin water bottle sat on the glass covering the drawer where we kept the nose rings and the tongue bars, 2 inches back from the edge, with a crescent ring of moisture under it. It had that slight squeeze you get when you refill a bottle too many times. The cap was twisted on, not tight, because I'd taken a sip 10 minutes before. I went back to folding, arms making the same motion. Stack, smooth, a line. It was meditative and mind-numbing all at once. I was thinking about what to eat for dinner and whether the dryer in my apartment was making that squeal again. When something moved in my peripheral vision, I turned my head, expecting to see the owner adjusting a mannequin again. The bottle launched. There isn't a better way to say it. It didn't wobble. It didn't tip. It didn't slide. I know what all of those look like. I know what it looks like when a bottle slowly scoots on a surface because of condensation and then finally tips over. This was not that. The vitamin water bottle popped straight off the glass like someone had slapped it from below. It left the counter, cleared the case with a clean arc, and slammed into the wall behind me with this hard, hollow crack that sounded way too loud in a clothing store. The cap pinged against the floor and rolled, that high plastic skitter. Water exploded in a sheet and hit my legs, cold. It dripped down the wall and left a dark, wet shape that spread into the dust that had gathered back there where we don't sweep enough. I jumped back so fast I knocked my shin on the edge of the case. Pain flashed up my leg. My heart did that sudden thud that feels like a punch from the inside. I stared at the wall, at the bottle now lying on the floor on its side. Spin still dying, water spreading into the gritty line where the floor meets the wall. The owner froze across the room, both hands still on the mannequin's hips like a game had been interrupted and she hadn't been told the rules anymore. We didn't speak right away. When I say I couldn't make a sound, I mean it literally. My throat closed. My breath felt like it had a whistle in it. My eyes went over the path it had taken because I needed to make it make sense. The bottle had been at least 2 inches back from the edge. There were no cords on the glass. No lip under the glass that could have kicked it. There is a seam where 2 pieces of the case meet, but that's flush. The glass is heavy. We wipe it down all the time. Nothing lives under it that could flex. I looked at my hands like maybe I had moved without knowing, but I hadn't even touched the case. I was folding shirts on the small platform behind it. In my memory, the bottle flies in slow motion, but I know in real time it was a fast, violent hit. It went high enough to beat the lip of the case, landed on a line against the back wall about 5 feet away, rebounded and rolled. I could trace the mark with my finger if it was still there. There was a little smear where the plastic scraped paint. The water made a puddle that found every piece of dust on the way and turned it into mud. My feet were wet and sticky. A line of droplets dotted the side of the case like footprints you don't want to acknowledge. The owner said my name finally. Just that. And then she picked her way through the racks toward me like the floor might be a trick. She stood beside me, eyes on the bottle, and her face went through this series of expressions: confusion, anger, fear. She wasn't the shrieking type. She reached for the bottle like you'd approach a snake. She nudged it with the edge of her shoe. It was just a plastic bottle. It made that empty, hollow sound and rolled maybe an inch. The cap lay a foot away. That cap had been on. I hadn't set it loose. I keep it half tight so I can sip quick, but I don't leave it open. It was off enough that water poured everywhere. That broke me a little. You get attached to details like that when you're trying to keep your brain from exploding. She asked me if I had seen the kids. The kids, not hers. The ones she had heard. The sentence came out soft and flat and desperate. I told her no again, even though I had wanted to say yes, just to give her a thing to hold. We both looked at the door to the back room, the one that leads to the stairwell, like it might offer us an explanation if we stared long enough. It sat shut. The curtain behind it didn't sway. The top hinge sometimes rattles if someone comes down the stairs, and it was silent. I wanted to hear footsteps then, to have a really dumb, normal reason to be scared. I wanted a guilty kid to pop out and smirk. The room gave us nothing. We went into autopilot because you have to. I grabbed the stack of cleaning rags from under the register and knelt to mop up the water. The floor is tile, but water has a way of finding cracks you don't see, so I pressed hard with the rag until it squeaked. The owner wiped down the glass top, moving the lint roller and the price gun, the little stack of business cards, making each thing neat like neatness would make it stop. My hands shook so bad I wrung water all over my forearms. The AC hummed like it always did, and the street outside sounded normal, someone whistling, a car horn, flip-flops slapping over the sidewalk. As I worked, my brain tried to crack it open and shove a logical explanation inside. Vibration, a bus hitting a pothole, the scooter at the curb, But the timing was wrong and the force was wrong. If a truck passing makes something move, it wobbles. It travels a little on its condensation ring and then tips over the edge and drops to the ground. It doesn't clear a gap and smack a wall like it got hit by a bat. There were no heavy footsteps nearby. No one slammed the door. The ceiling didn't creak. Nothing else on the glass moved. The business cards didn't shift. The lint roller didn't jump, just the bottle. I stood up too fast after wiping and got lightheaded. Black spots cut in at the edges of my sight and then cleared. The owner and I looked at each other with the exact same face. What now? She sent a text upstairs to check on the kids. I could hear the faint ding of a phone through the floor, followed by the soft thud of someone walking, and then nothing. No one came down. No, what happened? No laughter, just the quiet. I picked up the bottle and screwed the cap on hard and set it back on the counter. Not near the edge, stupid, superstitious 2 hands on it, like it could feel my fingers. I wiped the smudge on the wall with the last clean rag and leaned on my knees for a second, feeling the ache from where I banged my shin. The owner said she was going to lock the door for a minute and take a breath outside. She did. She stepped out onto the sidewalk and the heat hit her, and she stood there looking up at the windows of her apartment like the glass could be honest with her. I stayed inside and tried to make the store look innocent. I lined up the jewelry in straight lines inside the case, like anyone looking would care about straight lines. I finished folding the shirts because the stack leaning made me feel like if I touched the wrong thing, it would trigger another throw. My hands felt too big for my wrists. Every little sound from outside went through me like I'd been tuned to the wrong station. I waited for anything else to happen. Like once one weird thing happens, you expect the room to admit there are rules now and show you the next move. Nothing did. She came back in after a minute. The door chime clinked, the cool air rushed to meet the hot air, and then settled. We both stood in the middle of the store and looked at the place where the bottle had been, and then the scuff on the wall like it could talk. She said she had definitely heard kids before. She said their voices were exactly like her kids, but not from upstairs, from inside the store. I believed her because my whole body believed her. We didn't say the word that would make this a story with a label. We didn't need to. It was bad enough as just a thing that happened in a room with 2 people in it. We stayed open until the usual closing time because what else do you do? A couple walked in and tried on boots. I rang them up and my voice sounded normal to me, which made me feel fake. The owner pretended to adjust things and mostly watched the door. When we locked up, we did the count in silence, and the numbers lined up like they always did, which felt cruel. I took the trash out and put the bag in the alley can like nothing in the world had thrown itself across the shop that afternoon. I've tried to figure out why it scared me in a way that's harder to shake than other things. Maybe because it was so physical. The bottle hitting the wall wasn't a suggestion. It was a loud, tangible thing. My leg has a small bruise from the case that took days to fade. There's no story to build around that or rationalize easily. It was there. It happened, it left a mark, and then it stopped, like someone cut the string on a puppet and let it fall. The next morning, the smudge on the wall looked like a scuff you make with the heel of your shoe if you're not careful. The case top was clean because I cleaned it. The business cards were squared. The lint roller and the price gun were back in their spots. If you didn't know, you wouldn't know. I still feel the spray of cold water on my calves when I think about it. That's how my brain plays it back. Owner asking if I'd seen her kids, me saying no, the dead quiet, then a hard crack against the wall 5 feet behind me, and a plastic bottle spinning on dirty tile, with the world outside still pretending it was just another slow summer day in South Beach. And then nothing, just like that. It happened, and then it didn't. I still don't have a place to put it where it makes sense. Story 10. It was the summer of 1995, late morning, and I was home alone. I was 11. Both my parents were at work. That wasn't unusual. They trusted me for a few hours in the day because I was a rule follower, and we lived in a pretty quiet apartment building. I remember the exact feeling of that morning because it was one of those slow, buzzy ones where the air is warm and still, and you're not really doing anything but existing between breakfast and lunch. The fan in the living room was on low. The TV was off. I had a bowl with milk residue stuck to the bottom in the sink because I'd eaten cereal and then got lazy about rinsing it. The smell was just our normal mix of laundry soap and the lemon cleaner my mum used on the counters. The apartment door was one of those heavy brown ones with a deadbolt and a little chain latch above the knob. The peephole was at adult height, a brass ring that looked too shiny compared to everything else. The hallway outside was always dim because the only real light came from the stairwell windows, and that was to the left, down past the elevator. To the right of our door was the elevator and then the stair door. The stair windows faced a wall, so you only got this washed-out light that made the hallway feel grey, no matter what time of day it was. If you peered through the peephole, everything distorted into that fish-eye view, too wide, too close, and somehow too far. Around 11 in the morning, the doorbell rang. Our bell wasn't a chime. It was that low, rough buzz that rattles the frame a little. It made me jump every time, even when I was expecting someone. That day, I wasn't expecting anyone. I remember the reflex. I was halfway down the little hallway to the door before my brain caught up with my legs. I reached for the handle, then stopped just shy of touching it. My mom's voice, "Don't open without checking," ran through my head like a subtitle. I stood there with my hand hovering, feeling the cool air from the little gap under the door, and asked, "Who is it?" In the loud, careful voice kids use when they want to sound grown. I pressed my ear against the wood because the door muffled everything. What came back was just noise, a low murmur like a man's voice, but not words I could understand. It wasn't the kind of silence you get when someone just rang and walked away. It was the sound of someone there. I needed the peephole, but I was too short to use it without help, so I went into the kitchen, grabbed one of the dining chairs, and dragged it to the door. The legs scraped the tile and then thumped onto the little rug by the entrance. I climbed up and put my eye to the little circle. The metal was cold against my skin. For a second, I couldn't see anything. It always takes a beat for your eye to adjust to the fisheye curve. The hallway looked even darker than normal. I shifted my head until the lens caught light. The elevator doors were in frame to my right, the stair door farther down, and a slice of the wall opposite. There he was, a man standing a little to the left of our door, and all I got at first was the bright mess of colors on his t-shirt. Not stripes, more like some loud, abstract print. The shirt was what my brain focused on because it was the only bright thing in that muddy hallway. I said, "Hello?" Again, a little quieter, like the peephole worked both ways. He turned slightly, but didn't come right up to the door. His face didn't line up neatly in the lens. The distortion made him look stretched. He said something, and this time I could catch words because he was closer, but the wood still ate parts of it. He said, "Looking for Mrs. Marjorie." Hearing my mom's maiden name, not her married name, snapped something up my spine. No one used that name for her, not then. If someone did, it was a mistake, an old list or something official. The way he said it sounded like it was on a piece of paper he had, except he wasn't holding anything. Even in the dim light, I could see both his hands. They were empty. He wasn't looking down at a clipboard or an envelope. He was looking at my door. "She's at work," I said. My voice cracked a little, and I hated that because it made me feel small. He mumbled something I didn't catch, so I asked, "Sorry?" Because I didn't want to say, "What?" Like a kid. He said he had something for her. He said he left the package on the stairs. That didn't make sense immediately. If you have a package, you hold it, or you put it right in front of the door, or you have a bag with you. You don't come empty-handed and then tell someone you put it somewhere else. It landed in my brain like a bad puzzle piece. I kept looking at his hands like they were the answer. They were relaxed at his sides. No parcel outline in his shirt. No strap cutting across his shoulder. Nothing that said delivery or neighbor doing a favor. On the stairs, I repeated, because my brain was trying to put the grown-up hat on and ask the right question. He nodded, I think. The distortion made it hard to read the gesture. I shifted on the chair because the seat edge was digging into my shin. Something about the moment stretched thin. I remember the exact sound of the elevator cables in the shaft buzzing, a soft, electrical hum you don't notice until you stop breathing. I also remember how dry my mouth got, like someone had shoved cotton in there. I swallowed, and it felt too loud, like he could hear me through the door. I wasn't going to open it. I knew that. The don't open part was loud in my head, but I still had the stupid instinct to be polite and do something. I told him through the door that my mum was at work again. Then I moved my face away from the peephole for half a second to rest my eye, because staring through that little circle makes your head throb. The space around the door felt suddenly more real than it should have. I leaned in again, my eyelashes brushing the metal, and pressed my eye to the lens. All I could see was hair, not a face, not even the curve of a forehead, just hair, pressed right up to the glass from the other side, too close, so close the peephole couldn't make sense of it. I could see strands, dark, a little greasy, the small shine of individual hairs in that weak light. It filled the entire little world. He had his head against the door. He had his ear pressed to it. He was listening to me. It did something to me that I can still feel. My stomach dropped hard. My legs went weak in that way that feels like someone unplugged you. I didn't scream. I didn't stab at the chain. I froze hard enough that my fingers hurt from gripping the back of the chair. Everything shrank down to the tiny cold circle and that hair covering it. I could hear him breathe then, just a little. Not a gasp, not loud. Not a normal exhale, amplified by wood and my own blood pounding in my ears. The normalness of it, just a man breathing through a door, made it worse than if he had banged or yelled. I let go of the chair and stepped down without taking my eye off the peephole. I couldn't help it. I had to look away to move my foot. The minute my feet hit the rug, I went dead silent. I placed my toes carefully so the boards under the rug wouldn't creak. I slid the chain even though it was already on. I slid the deadbolt even though it was already locked. It felt like a ritual, not a fix. Every tiny sound sounded huge. The chain made that little metal-on-metal click when it fell into place, and I winced. He didn't knock. He didn't jiggle the knob. He didn't say anything else. He just stood there with his ear against my door. I knew it because when I forced myself to look into the peephole again, in one of those little masochistic checks your brain makes you do, the hair was still there. Nothing else in the hallway moved into the fish eye. No neighbor stepping out, no light change, just hair. I backed down the hall toward the kitchen, watching the door like I thought it might crush through it. The phone hung on the wall with that curly cord, and I lifted the receiver slowly so the base wouldn't click. My hand shook, and the handset thudded lightly against the wall when the cord bounced back at me. I dialed my mom's work number from memory and held the phone to my ear so tight it hurt. The ring sounded too bright in my ear against the dead, damp feeling in the hall. It rang, and then someone at the front desk picked up and said the first lines of the same greeting I'd heard 100 times. And I said my mom's name, and my voice cracked bad enough that she said, "Honey?" In that way, strangers do when a kid sounds wrong. I told her I needed my mom now. I didn't say more because I thought if I said anything specific out loud, he'd hear me, and the panic would blow the top off my head. The receptionist must have heard something in my voice because she didn't put me on hold the normal way. She set the phone down and I could hear muffled footsteps and then nothing. Every second felt like a minute. I didn't breathe right. This all happened in minutes, but the way it stretched, it's hard to write how long it felt. My mom's voice came on fast and tight. I started talking too loud because my brain had been holding words back and then let them go all at once. She told me to step away from the door. I told her I already had. She told me to go to the bedroom that doesn't face the hall and lock it. I couldn't make my body move at first because the hallway felt like it would tilt if I shifted. My mum said my name sharp once, and that snapped me out of it. I took the phone with me and went to the bedroom, which faces the back of the building and not the corridor. I shut the door and clicked the lock, and then I sat on the floor because my legs didn't feel like they would hold me if I stood. We stayed like that for what I guess was a handful of minutes. My mum talked to me in the voice she uses when she's trying not to panic, calm but fast. She told me not to go near the door. She told me to listen for the elevator. She told me she was calling the building office. I was trying to listen, and all I could really hear was my heart and the hum of the window unit in the next room and the faintest sound that could have been our front doorpost, or could have been the building settling, or could have been a man shifting his weight in front of our apartment. At some point, I heard the elevator. You know your building's elevator. Ours made this whirring, then a soft ding you could only catch if you were close to the door. From the bedroom it was more a change in the hallway's sound than a clear bell. I held the receiver tight enough to hurt, and I didn't move. I didn't tiptoe back to the door to look. I was scared that pressing my eye to the peephole would show me hair again, and I would never sleep again. My mom kept talking. I don't remember what phrases she used, just the tone, a steady hum. She said my name a few times because it kept me anchored. The apartment was quiet in that way where the quiet is its own noise. The refrigerator hummed. A truck passed outside. A neighbor coughed in some other apartment. The longer the knock-knocking went on, the more the sound in my head shifted from panic to something like a blank. It felt surreal that I was on the floor with a phone to my ear in our apartment at midday while a stranger had his ear to our front door. When I finally got up, after my mom had told me to wait even longer than I wanted to, I went to the hallway again on bare feet and did that slow step kids do when they think slow equals safe. The chair was still by the door. The chain was still latched. There wasn't any shadow under the crack. I wanted so much to see nothing through the peephole that I argued with myself about looking. Like if I didn't, the last thing I'd ever seen through it would always be that hair. I stood on the chair and leaned in. The hallway was empty. The light from the stairwell was the same non-light as always. The elevator doors were shut and blank. There was a scuff near the stairwell where someone had dragged a bag. That wasn't new. Nothing in that little fisheye world was specific enough to soothe me or scare me. It just looked like a hallway, and 5 minutes earlier it had looked like something else. I didn't open the door. I couldn't bring myself to. Even sliding the chain back made my fingers feel wrong. I stayed inside until my mum got home. She left work early, which she never did, and I can still hear the sound of her keys in the lock as being different that day, faster and high-pitched. She opened the door, and it looked like a door on any normal day. There was no package on the stairs when she checked a few minutes later with a neighbor. There was nothing to point to and say, "See?" except my own face in the hall mirror, white as paper, and that chair next to the door where it didn't belong. People will ask why I didn't call downstairs or knock for a neighbor. I was 11. My brain narrowed down to one thought. Don't open. Everything else fell away. The thing that stuck the hardest wasn't a threat or a weapon or even a sound. It was the knowledge that a grown man had his head pressed to my door, listening to the breath and the words of a kid on the other side. Not speaking, not leaving, just listening. I can't explain why. That made me colder than anything else. Maybe because it felt like an animal, waiting for a chance that I didn't understand. I still don't know who he was. I still don't know how he knew my mom's maiden name. I don't know if he actually said Mrs. Marjorie because of some old mailing list, or if he guessed something and landed on a near miss. I don't know if he really thought telling me there was a package on the stairs would get me to unlock the door and look. I only know the way the hair filled the peephole, how the sound of his breathing turned normal air into a weight, and how everything after that felt like holding your breath for a very long time. And then it was just over. The hallway was empty. The elevator hummed and then went quiet. The door stayed shut. No explanation. It happened and then it stopped, and I still can't stand looking through peepholes without feeling my skin crawl, because sometimes all you see is exactly what you don't want to see, pressed right up against you, listening. Story 11. I wasn't trying to fix anyone. I just wanted my friend to have one night where she didn't feel hunted by her own history. Even as I write that, I can feel the way the air felt in her tiny room that afternoon. Stale from the radiator that never turned off properly, the window cracked just enough to let in traffic noise, a hairbrush on the bed, a half-drunk tea on the desk getting that skin on top. We had planned something small, safe, public, a quick coffee with a guy she met at a party a few nights before. Neutral ground, earlier in the evening, nothing fancy. She had been nervous, of course, but there was a light in her I hadn't seen in a while, the kind that says maybe tonight will be ordinary. I held on to that for her because she couldn't hold it alone. If I'm honest, that light in her is why I pushed the party in the first place. She is beautiful in that quiet way, and dudes notice, and most of the time she pretended not to notice back. People assumed she liked being mysterious. I knew better. I knew the weight she carried from before I met her. Early on, when we were still getting to know each other, she told me two things that stuck. The first was about a high school boyfriend who didn't take no well, the kind of slow cook control that feels like intensity until you try to step away and it snaps into teeth. When she tried to end it, he didn't let her leave the conversation. It turned physical. She didn't give me the movie version. She told me enough to understand that something in her learned that day that attention can be dangerous. The second thing she told me was stranger, and it came out weeks later when we were walking back from class and she moved her bag to the other shoulder like it was heavy with something it didn't have. She used to commute by train before university. Packed carriages, people pressed in, the rhythm of it so normal you stop noticing faces. One day she reached into her bag and pulled out an envelope that wasn't hers. No name, just an envelope, sealed. Inside a slip of paper with a few words. Love at first sight, not hearts, not a name. Just that one clean punch. She thought it was a mistake, a random thing. It wasn't. Every week another one appeared. Same style, different words, same tone. She would switch bags, and it would be in the new bag. She would hold her bag in front of her, and still, the envelope would be there later. She changed her routine and stopped taking the train. Then a few days later, calls started coming from an unknown number. She never answered. She saved the number with a name that wasn't a joke, Stalker. She used the exclamation mark like it was a warning to her future self. When it called, she didn't pick up. She wanted a record. She wanted what little control that gave her. That piece matters. It matters because of what happened later and because of what I saw on her screen. But that afternoon, we weren't thinking about envelopes or plaques of fear you carry around without meaning to. We were thinking about a coffee. The guy from the party had seemed normal. More than that, he mirrored her interests in a way that felt easy. He knew the same obscure album. He'd read the same weird book in high school. They had stood in a corner at that party with plastic cups and talked for an hour while I drifted in and out, relieved to see her shoulders lower. He wasn't pushy. He didn't corner her. He made space. Or that's how it presented. To me, the one who has learned to look for the flinch before the hit, he read as safe. And that says a lot about how wrong you can be while watching someone you love. We picked a time, 6 in the evening, and a coffee place with big windows right off a main street. She wanted me nearby, not at the table, just around. I said yes. Of course. She stood in front of the mirror and asked for help picking a sweater. I watched her adjust the same sleeve twice because her hands were shaking a little and she didn't want me to see. We checked our phones in the ridiculous ritual way people do before leaving a room. Battery, text, keys, wallet, ID. Her phone had a cracked corner under the glass protector that caught the light. She joked about it the way you joke about something you can't fix yet. We left her room around 5:30 and walked to the bus stop instead of cutting across campus because the streets felt more open than the footpaths did. It was one of those evenings where you can't tell if you need a jacket or not, and the air had that weird tension of a day changing its mind. The bus would have been fine. We weren't going far. But we ended up walking because it gave us something to do with our bodies. She read out the plan again, even though it was simple. Meet him at the coffee place, sit near the window, text me when she sits down. I go to the bookstore 2 doors down and pretend to browse. I could see the list get lighter in her head the more she said it out loud. Her laugh was too loud the way it is when nerves are trying to break themselves in a different direction. We were half a block from the cafe when her phone vibrated. That small, neutral buzz you stop hearing most days. For her, it might as well have been a siren. She pulled it out without breaking her step, and then she did break her step. She stopped dead. The phone lit the lower half of her face with that specific glow, and I watched all the focus drain out of her eyes for a second. She turned the screen so I could see, because my face must have been a question mark. On the display, above the number, was the contact name she had created months before. The name with the exclamation point. Stalker. I don't have a helpful way to describe how fast the two of us went, from casual walking to every muscle poised for a threat. It wasn't even fear first. It was this mechanical shift in the body, heart rate up, breath shallow, ears open. If you've ever seen someone's posture change because their brain yanked them into a different room inside themselves, it was like that. She stared at the name on the screen as if looking at it harder would change the letters. The phone kept shaking in her hand with the vibration. She didn't answer at first. She didn't have to. She'd never answered. But the cafe was close enough to see the people inside, moving like soft shapes under warm lights. We were visible to anyone watching the street. She wasn't ready to go in. She had to decide to run or fight or freeze, and she needed more information to pick. She took a breath that didn't go all the way down, and she answered. I was close enough to hear the blur of a voice before I could hear words. Phones compress everything the same way, but cadence is its own fingerprint. The guy on the other end started with lightness, that easy tone people use when they're play casual, which is different than real casual. I watched the recognition hit her even before the sentence finished. The way her face moved wasn't shock. It was a clench, top to bottom, like a door slamming inside. It was the same voice from the party. Not maybe, not close. The same pauses, the same soft laugh in the second breath. He said something ordinary and completely unacceptable in that context, telling her he was nearby and excited, telling her he could see her, and the thing that made my stomach actually flip was how familiar that fake ease already was to me. I heard it 3 nights ago, standing in a kitchen getting ice for cups. My brain has a file for voices I've had to learn to dodge for friends. His slid into it like it belonged there. She didn't ask how he got her number because she had given him her number that night at the party, thinking she was handing it to someone new. She didn't have to ask why the phone said what it said. The number in her phone hadn't changed. The name she had saved under it months ago for safety flashed up now because it was always his number. He had been the one calling from unknown before university. He was the one who found ways to slip letters into a bag on a train. He had gotten close without touching and stayed there long enough that when he showed up as someone new, it landed like luck. The understanding of that fell through both of us like a drop straight through the floor. She was silent for too long on the call because there weren't words. I put my hand on her forearm and I could feel how rigid the muscles were under her sleeve. The street might as well have disappeared. The cafe might as well have been a painting. The voice kept talking like waves hitting the same place on the shore, slow and methodical. He didn't sound giddy, he sounded patient. The patience is what made my ribs feel too tight. It meant time. It meant planning. It meant this had been a long game for him. And my friend had stepped into it sideways, thinking she was choosing something, when it turns out he had been laying a path for a while. I mouthed to her that we should go. Not back or forward, just go. I took the phone out of her hand because I was less frozen and hit the red button. It felt like nothing, like swatting a gnat. The screen went dark. We moved, not fast enough to look like a run, but fast enough that both of us had to work to not start running. Instead of the cafe, we turned for the bookstore, like the plan originally said, and we cut through, out the back, into an alley that smelled like stale beer and old cardboard. It wasn't safer, objectively. It just meant we weren't on the street anymore. The lights behind the cafe kitchen were bright and unflattering and made everything feel loud. Her phone buzzed again. The same name, same number, same exclamation point. I took it and put it on silent. My own hands had started to shake now that the first adrenaline wash had nowhere to go. I remember the physical details because my body glued them to my memory. The way the edges of the case on her phone had a small crack over the volume button, the rough patch on the brick we leaned against, the way the sounds from the cafe were muted and cheerful and felt obscene to me right then. I kept expecting him to turn the corner, even though it made no sense. He said he could see us. Maybe he lied. Maybe he had been near enough to see movement without faces. My eyes couldn't find anything except exits and the reflection of our own shapes in a back door window. We made decisions in tiny segments. First, do not go to the cafe. That was done. Second, do not walk back toward the main street. We circled to the side into the parking lot of the grocery store on the next block where there were more people. Third, call for a ride, not a bus. Not a cab off the street, a ride we could track on a map with a plate number we could verify. In those few minutes waiting for the car, her phone kept buzzing. No voicemails, just call after call like a metronome. She didn't pick up again. She didn't text. This isn't a movie where you call him out and he monologues. This is two people standing in a parking lot under ugly lights, trying to not vomit from adrenaline, while a small rectangle of glass tries its best to bring a nightmare back to your face every 30 seconds. The car arrived. I checked the plate twice before I opened the door. We got in and both of us stared straight ahead, shoulders tight, and the driver asked the questions drivers always ask, and we answered with noises that passed for words. I watched the mirror like I expected to see someone step into it. I didn't. The campus felt 3 cities away, even though it was close. When we got there, we didn't go straight back to her room. We went to a public building with a front desk and sat on plastic chairs and let our breathing slow down enough to think. I told someone what happened. Not everything. Just enough to make it real, outside of our heads. Campus security did the thing they do, took a report, told us to send the number to them, said to block it, said to not walk alone, said to let them know if we saw him. It wasn't nothing. It also wasn't enough to make the hair on my arms lie down. I sat with her while she blocked the number. She had saved it for a reason before, and I watched her thumb hover because blocking meant losing that tiny piece of control she had built by labeling it. The phone gave that bland confirmation, and then the number sat there with its ugly name and an empty line under it. We didn't talk big. We didn't talk tough. We didn't vent or plan revenge. We just listened to the sounds of other people living their normal evenings and let the last 15 minutes replay in a loop until our bodies caught up to our brains. The thing that returns to me in jagged pieces is how sure I was at the party that the universe had thrown her a small kindness. The voice that night was easy, the conversation a relief. He used my favorite songs as passwords. He compared books in a way that felt like a shortcut into belonging. Looking back, of course it was all bait. Of course it was curated. A person who puts envelopes into bags on crowded trains doesn't leave things to chance. He learned. He waited. He set traps inside of ordinary things, talk, a drink, a plan for coffee on a wide, bright street. He let us walk right to the edge of it, and then he called from the number we already feared. The speed of the recognition when that name lit the screen is something I can't shake. It wasn't a slow dread. It was immediate, like a floor gave out. After I got her back to her room and stayed until her shoulders stopped jumping at every text notification sound through the wall, I walked home by the long route because I couldn't handle any dark cuts between buildings. My own phone felt like a weight I didn't want to lift. I didn't expect to be called. It wasn't about me, but the shape of my own world felt different in that hour. It was quieter, flatter, like a picture with the color turned down. I kept seeing that dumb single word on her screen with the exclamation point she added months ago to remind herself to be careful, a warning from her past self that got ignored because she had wanted one normal thing. He never showed at the cafe, or if he did, he didn't make himself known to us. We didn't see him. The call stopped after we blocked the number. There were no angry messages through other apps that night. There was no figure waiting outside the dorm when we finally braved the walk from the public building to her door. That's how it ended. Not with a car chase, not with a confrontation, just a call with a label and a voice we both knew, and a plan swallowed by the easiest decision in the world once the truth dropped into the light. We don't go. We go the other way. And we keep going until the name on the phone stops being a thing in our hands and goes back to being a thing in our heads. That's the part I can't explain to anyone who wants a tidy plot. It happened in a minute. A little screen, a name she chose months ago, a voice that had slipped into our lives as something harmless, and then a hard stop. It was about to be a normal evening. Then it wasn't. Then it was quiet again. The kind of quiet that doesn't feel safe. I still see that one word in my mind, all caps without needing to be, and the way their two lives lined up on that display for a second, past and present, same number, and I can't unsee it. It happened, and then it was just over, like someone cut a wire I didn't even know was running under our feet. Story 12. I was in my early 20s and traveling to a different city for a work conference. The kind where you get a lanyard, a tote bag full of pamphlets, and a schedule that looks important until you realize half of it is sponsor booths and lukewarm coffee. Money was tight, so I booked a bus instead of a flight. 5 hours on a crowded coach felt manageable. I told myself I'd nap, listen to a few tapes, read the handouts my boss wanted me to know by heart. It was broad daylight, a weekday, and I remember feeling proud of myself for being practical. I packed light, one carry-on, one tote with my notebook, and a pen, charger, some snacks, and a small water bottle. My name was printed big on my conference badge, Emily, because that's what conference planners love. Names in big, bold letters so strangers can say them out loud like they already know you. The bus was full when I climbed on. The air inside had that weird mix of cold AC and warm bodies, a faint smell of coffee and gum with a top note of something like industrial cleaner that doesn't quite hide old spills. The upholstery was that rough patterned fabric every bus seems to use, red and blue shapes meant to hide stains. I slid into a window seat halfway down. For a minute I thought I'd get lucky and have 2 seats to myself. Then he stopped in the aisle and asked if the seat was free. He looked like anyone. Mid-20s, neat hair, a backpack slung over one shoulder, a travel mug in his hand. Nothing flashy. Nothing that tripped any switch in me yet. I said yes because that's what you do. We settled in, elbows tucked, strangers doing the dance of sharing space. The bus pulled out onto the highway, and that low engine vibration settled into my bones. He made small talk. I didn't mind at first. Where are you headed? What do you do? Which is basic thrift store conversation you can give away without it costing you anything. I said I was headed to a conference downtown. I didn't name the hotel. He said he was going to the same city for work stuff too. I pointed my face toward the window and put one earbud in. He could have taken the hint. He didn't. He leaned a little closer to be heard over the engine and the AC, and he told me I had beautiful eyes. I let it pass, because being rude to a stranger wedged inches from you for 5 hours is hard. He complimented my hair. He asked if I had a boyfriend. He said it like a joke, but it wasn't a joke. I felt my body change before my brain did. That tightening in your jaw, the way you draw your arms in and make yourself smaller. I said I was tired and wanted to rest. He said, sure, and then asked what floor my conference was on and if I was staying at the big hotel with the glass lobby. I hadn't told him that. My smile turned into something I could feel my face drop behind. I angled toward the aisle to ask the driver if there were empty seats farther up, but the bus was full. Every seat had a body. The driver shrugged at me in the mirror. I dropped back into my seat and thought about 5 hours stretching ahead and how sometimes you can be surrounded by people and feel like you're trapped in a broom closet. I tried to read. He kept talking. Not non-stop, but frequently enough to make rest impossible. Compliments kept coming, pushed through in that sing-song way that sounds like teasing until you realize there's insistence underneath. He asked me my name. I said it, because we were already stuck next to each other, and I didn't want to turn the rest of that ride into open hostility. He said my name a lot after that. He liked it. He said it fit me. He said it like he was tasting it. I pressed my forehead against the cool window glass and watched mile markers click by. He talked about the city we were going to, like he had lived there or spent enough time there to learn streets by heart. He named a couple of hotels, and when he said mine out loud, the one with the atrium and the train station nearby, I didn't reply. I felt the urge to tuck my conference badge deeper into my bag. He saw the lanyard and said, "Oh, Emily, you're important," like it was a joke. He laughed too long at his own line. I said I was going to try to nap and turn my music up. He quieted for a while, and then asked what room number I had. My whole body went cold at that, not because I thought he expected me to say it, but because it meant he wasn't filtering the thing he was doing. He asked where my office was. He asked what time my first talk was. He asked if I was meeting anyone. I shifted answers into the vague zone and reminded myself adults can say I don't share that and not apologize. He nodded, then returned to the compliments like that rinse and repeat made him feel like he was doing something. I started counting exits. We rolled into the station late afternoon. That crash of people standing too fast and the smell of diesel and the scrape of bags began. I let him go ahead so I could get my breath and collect myself. He lingered at the bottom of the bus steps and looked up like he expected me to follow. "Emily," he said, like a parent calls a child in a grocery store. That tone, my stomach folded. I slipped past him, keeping my left shoulder to the flow of the crowd so he couldn't tuck in beside me too close. I found the taxi stand. He was there like a shadow. He asked which hotel again. I said, "The big one downtown," and left it at that. He got in a different taxi. Relief hit me hard enough I felt lightheaded for a second. The hotel lobby was huge, shiny floors that carried footsteps, hanging plants, a front desk that looked like a stage. People in suits, people in name badges, people with rolling carry-ons all doing the same dance. I went to the desk, put my ID on the counter, asked in a low voice for them not to say my room number out loud. The person behind the counter nodded like they'd heard it all before, slid me the paper sleeve with my keycard inside. Of course, the room number was printed on the sleeve in plain black type. I cupped my hand over it when I picked it up. I didn't see him in the lobby. I told myself the shoulders down lie and went to the elevators. In the elevator, I watched the doors like someone was going to slide in at the last second. They didn't. The doors closed. I exhaled. I went to my floor. The hallway smelled faintly, like someone had sprayed something floral hours ago, and it was losing the battle against old carpet. My room was halfway down. Inside, I locked the door, threw the deadbolt, and slid the metal security latch across. The lights hummed. The bedspread had that hotel stiffness it always has. I checked the bathroom, the closet, behind the chair, under the desk. I don't know why I still feel silly writing that. I know why I did it. I called the front desk and told them that a man had been bothering me on the bus, and that if he called asking for me or showed up asking where my room was, they were not to tell him anything, and please could security do a walk-by in case someone was in the hall. The person said we could make a note, in that way that made me feel like one of 100 women they had said it to. I pulled the desk chair and put it under the doorknob anyway, stupid, symbolic. The door opened inward. A chair wouldn't do much, but the idea that it made the door harder to shove moved my heart rate 2 notches down. I showered fast, changed clothes, and stared at the TV for a while without seeing it. I don't remember what was on. It was background noise, so the room didn't sound like a glass of water. As it got later, the city outside hummed and then quieted. I tried to sleep. I lay there first with the light on, then with it off, then with it on again. The clock on the nightstand had a red digital display that felt too bright. It said 11 something, then it said 12. The knock came at some point after that, a hard, flat knock like a knuckle against wood, and then another, faster. I sat up before my brain finished telling me why. It wasn't a room service knock. It wasn't a staff knock. It was the kind of knock someone does when they want you to hurry. I didn't say a word. I moved to the door quietly and looked through the peephole. The distortion made everything look wrong. I saw a slice of someone, an eye, a cheek, the edge of a cap, but the magnification was bad enough I couldn't be sure. I stepped back. The knocking started again, and then a voice. Not loud, urgent, telling me to open, telling me it was okay, telling me he just wanted to talk, telling me he couldn't stop thinking about me during the bus ride. I wasn't even breathing right. I picked up the phone with hands that didn't want to work and dialed the front desk. I said there was a man at my door who did not belong there, and could they send security now? The person said they would. I stayed with my ear 2 inches from the door and listened and counted seconds. No one came. The voice kept talking. It got softer and more pleading. The soft was worse than the hard. I don't know how long it went on. Time does weird things. He stopped. I stayed at the door anyway, forehead against the cool of it. I started to cry without meaning to. It wasn't even loud crying. It was that deep, scrambled crying that happens when the fear hits a point past your brain and your body just does its own thing. I sat on the floor with my back to the door and waited until the carpet pattern actually made sense to me again. The TV was still on. A sitcom laughter track cut through the wall in tinny bursts and made me nauseous. I picked at the edge of the paper keycard sleeve until it tore. Somewhere in the early morning, it felt like it had to be after 3 since the hallway was silent and the traffic sounds were thin. My body finally caved and I fell sideways on the bed with my clothes on and dozed for what couldn't have been more than an hour. When I opened my eyes again, there was light coming through the gap in the blackout curtain. Morning light looks different in hotel rooms. It looks colder. I decided to leave right then. I wanted out of the room, the floor, the building. I threw what I had into my bag without folding. I checked the bathroom, then the room again in that stupid habit of not wanting to leave anything. My hands were shaky and clumsy. I went to the door, slid the metal latch back, turned the deadbolt, and pulled. The door moved a few inches and stopped dead. I tried again. It gave a tiny bit, then held. Gave. The kind of hold you don't get with a swollen door or a bad latch. A tense, humming hold, like something wanted to pull it back. I leaned my weight into it and it opened another hair. I heard something outside scrape. My throat went dry so fast it felt like a trick. I let go, and the door snapped back that tiny space like it had a rubber band on it. I dropped my bag, without meaning to, and my heart started slamming a beat so hard it was all I could hear. I put my face to the gap, which was barely wide enough to put my fingers through, and I saw it. A glint of something thin and metallic crossing the outside side of my door, looped tight. I dropped to my knees to look lower, hands braced on the carpet like I was about to be sick. Thin wires, silver like picture-hanging wire, were wound around the handle from the outside, pulled across the frame and looped multiple times. They bit into the wood a little where the tension was. The runs were taut in the small bit of space I could see. They disappeared out of view to the right, anchored somewhere I couldn't see. I pushed again, a gentle test. The wire made a soft, ugly twang, and the door held. A trickle of cold sweat ran down my back. The world went narrow and bright the way it does right before you faint. I didn't scream at first. It's funny what the body does. I went silent. Then I shouted for the front desk, even though that made no sense to do through a door that barely opened and a hallway no one was in. I picked up the phone and hit the same button as the night before with hands that felt rubbery. My voice came out too calm. I heard it and hated it. I said my door wouldn't open. I said there were wires. They didn't get it. I said it again, my voice cracked. I put the phone down without waiting for whatever script came next. I went back to the door and started banging. Not pretty. Full palm, full forearm, the kind of banging that leaves your skin stinging. It took longer than it should have for anyone to come, because that's how these stories go. It wasn't immediate. I heard footsteps eventually, more than one set, different shoes. I heard voices. The door moved a fraction with someone outside testing it like I had. A man said something muffled through the door. I said it's tied. He said something about needing tools. I stayed kneeling, hands pressed against that small gap, like I could help by touching it. I could see a sliver of a maintenance uniform through the space, the shine of metal where the wires crossed. The maintenance guy looped something through, a little pair of snips, and cut one line, then another. Each cut made a sharp ping, like a small guitar string being plucked. The door eased slightly with each one. My heart was so loud, I wondered if they could hear it on the other side. When the last wire was cut, the door swung free a few inches, and then all the way. I stood up too fast and almost fell. The maintenance guy and a housekeeper were in the hall with a rolling cart. The cut lengths of wire hung in loops from my handle and lay like dead snakes in small coils on the carpet. Whoever had tied it had done it fast and tight. Multiple loops pulled so hard they bit into the paint. They had wound one loop not just around the handle, but through the small gap between the door and the frame, which is why my pushing had made that wrong sound. I looked down the hall. It was just a hall. Ice machine door, fire exit sign, a vacuum parked against the wall, the usual. No one stood there. No one peered around a corner. The housekeeper had a pair of scissors in her apron that looked useless against what had been there. I didn't ask a lot of questions. That sounds ridiculous now, but the part of my brain that does questions had shut down. I stepped past them into the hallway with my bag half open and my key card still in my hand. The maintenance guy said something about being sorry and how he would report it. The housekeeper said they'd send someone to look at the cameras. I said okay, and I'm not even sure what I was agreeing to. I wanted the elevators, and then the street, and then anywhere else. I took the elevator down, and the lobby felt like it always did in the morning. Bright, full of people who hadn't had whatever night I just had. A group stood with rolling cases. A couple checked out. Someone laughed. The sound made my scalp tighten. I kept going. I didn't stop at the front desk. I didn't ask for a manager. That decision does not make sense to me in hindsight. I stopped just long enough at the revolving door to see my reflection in the glass. Pale, eyes too big, hair pushed back with the elastic I'd slept on. And then the outside air hit me, and I didn't feel it. I walked fast without running because running in a hotel lobby looks like drama, and I didn't want anyone to tell me to wait. Out on the sidewalk, everything looked wrong because it all looked normal. People going to work, taxis, the smell of exhaust, the sound of a siren far off, and birds at the same time. I realized I still had the cut glitter of wire on my fingertips, tiny shards from where the maintenance guy had pulled it free and handed it to me to get it out of the door. My hands smelled faintly metallic. I wiped them on my jeans and the smell didn't go. I walked until I found a coffee shop, and then I stood in line, and then I didn't order anything, and I walked back out because being in a line felt like being trapped again. Later, the hotel called to apologize. Later, someone said something like, "We're looking into it." Later, I told the story to a person who nodded in the right places and wrote things down, and I watched my own life become words on paper. None of that is what sticks. What sticks is the way the door moved an inch and stopped, the small twang of metal under tension, the view of that thin silver line across a half-inch gap, the certainty that someone had spent time outside my room wrapping wire around something that should only ever be opened from the inside, the knocking voice from the night before, and the wires in the morning feel like two hands of the same person. I don't know how he knew my room. The lobby had been crowded. My room number had been printed on the paper sleeve. My name had been hanging around my neck all day. He had options. It ended the way these things sometimes do, not with police bursting into a hallway or a dramatic chase through a stairwell. Just a pair of snips, a maintenance guy doing his job in a voice that sounded bored out of reflex, a door suddenly free when it had just been not free, and me moving through a lobby like I had somewhere to be I couldn't name. No one explained it to me in a way that made the feeling leave my body. It happened, and then it stopped. I still push on hotel doors now before I take the chain off, like I need to know which kind of morning I'm in. I still go quiet when someone says my name, like a question. I can't explain any of it cleanly. I can only tell you that 1 minute I was leaving for a day of talks, and the next minute a cut wire fell to the carpet at my feet, and the hallway looked exactly the same as it had the day before. Then nothing, just me, Emily, outside on a bright city sidewalk with my bag unzipped and the smell of metal on my hands, and no answers. Story 13. This happened in college, on a day that should have been boring. My schedule was weird that semester, with a late afternoon class, so I used to nap in the early afternoon if the house was quiet. The house layout matters for understanding how it felt. My bedroom was on one side, near the middle of the hallway. The hall ran straight from the living room to the bedrooms, long and a little narrow, with wood floors that creaked in specific spots. You could tell who was coming by where the creaks were. The bathroom was across from my room and a little to the left. My sister's room was farther down, and my grandmother's room was at the far end, on the opposite side of the house by the back door. The thermostat was in the hall, and when the AC kicked on, you'd feel a little puff of air under my door because the gap at the bottom was bigger than the others. The hinges on my door squeaked if you moved it slow, and it thumped when it shut all the way. Those sounds were as familiar as my own footsteps. That day, my sister was at school. My parents had decided to cash in a date night at some matinee and dinner thing they'd been meaning to do. My grandmother was home. She keeps her door half shut and naps in the early afternoon, and she listens to a little radio on low that you can hear if you walk past. I remember actually thinking it was a perfect time to get an hour of sleep before getting ready. The blinds in my room were tilted to block the sun, and the light came in slats. My phone was on the nightstand charging. I put it on Do Not Disturb because I wanted to actually sleep. But I left the family group chat on allow because that's what you do when a grandparent lives with you. I lay down around 1 in the afternoon. The house had that midday quiet, where the fridge hum is the loudest thing, and you can hear the faint tick from the thermostat when it turns the AC on. The bed faced the doorway, so if my door was open even a couple inches, I could see the strip of the hallway. I fell asleep pretty easily. It was one of those half sleeps where you're aware of the room and your body relaxes, but your brain is still a little awake. I remember drifting in and out and rolling onto my side, facing the door, and my last thought was something like, set an alarm in 30 minutes so you don't miss class. I woke up because I heard footsteps, not the neighbor upstairs, not TV, the weight and rhythm of feet in our hallway. The hall has a specific noise, wood flexing, a small click near the baseboard by the thermostat. Then the floorboard 2 steps past my door that always gives a little moan when you put your full weight on it. What I heard was that exact pattern, step, step, tiny click, moan. Not fast, not slow, just a normal pace. My first thought was my grandmother. That would have made sense. Except the footsteps sounded heavier than hers. She shuffles a little and wears soft slippers. This sounded like shoes. It sounded like an adult walking at a regular pace. My door was open maybe 4 inches. I had left it that way. From my pillow, I could see the strip of hallway like a slim rectangle of darker space. As the footsteps got to that rectangle, the light changed a little, the way it does when someone passes in front of a doorway. Just the subtle shift of shadow. I sat up on my elbows and waited to see a body pass the gap. No one passed. The footsteps stopped right by my door. My stomach tightened, and then I told myself not to be dramatic. I said, out loud but soft, "Grandma?" And I didn't hear my own voice bounce back in that empty room way, which is how I know I didn't imagine that I spoke. There was no answer. What did happen was the door moved, not a swing, not a slam. It began to close in a slow, steady line like someone with their hand on the outside of it was pushing it gently. The hinge made the exact little squeak it always makes when you move it slow. I was awake at that point. I watched the door go from a 4-inch slit to 2 inches to 1. I should have gotten up and pulled it open to check, but some part of me wanted to see what it was going to do if I didn't. I know that sounds dumb. Curiosity has a way of getting in before fear does. The door kept creeping until it nearly clicked into the frame. It stopped with maybe half an inch left. I was holding my breath, and I didn't realize it until I let it out, and my chest ached. Then the door slammed. No build-up, no faster, full slam. It cracked the frame. The thump was loud enough that my heart jumped, and I instantly had that metallic taste in my mouth that I get when adrenaline hits. The wall above my head vibrated a little. I jumped up reflexively and went to the knob, yanked it open. The hallway was empty, quiet. No TV from the living room. No sound of my grandmother's radio from her room. No footsteps going away. Just our hallway, with afternoon light coming in from the front door's side lights down the hall. The air felt still, like the AC had just shut off, but the thermostat was off and had been since morning because the day was mild. I stuck my head out and looked left toward the bathroom and right toward the rest of the rooms. Nothing. I shut the door with my hand and it made the normal sound. I opened it. The normal sound. My skin felt tight, like it didn't fit. I walked maybe 2 steps into the hall to check the thermostat and stood on the exact floorboard that had creaked in the noise I heard. It creaked under my weight, but the sound before had more mass to it, more weight on that spot, if that makes any sense. Maybe I was making that up already, okay, but that's what I felt. I went back in, closed my door most of the way, and sat on my bed trying to rationalize. The AC? But it was off. Draft. The house is not airtight, but we've never had a door do that before. My grandmother? I pulled up our family chat and typed a quick, "Are you home? Did you just walk past my room?" The typing dots didn't appear. I realized do not disturb meant I probably wouldn't get an alert, even if someone replied. I turned it off and waited. Nothing. I stared at the group name and felt stupid. I sent another quick message directly to my grandmother because she uses her phone sometimes during the day. No response. Then the doorknob clicked. That tiny metal sound is so ordinary that on any other day I'd never even hear it. It clicked and the door began to open. Same speed as before, steady, no jiggle. Like someone on the other side, again, had their hand on it and was easing it open. I watched the edge peel away from the frame and saw the strip of hallway appear. No feet, no shadow, no one stepping back. Just my empty hall, slowly revealed. I said my grandmother's name louder that time. Nothing. The door stopped when it was open, just enough for me to see out with both eyes. I don't know why that felt like the moment where I needed someone else to see this with me. I backed up, grabbed my phone, and called out for my grandmother. Not yelling, just in the voice you use when you don't want to scare someone, but you need them to answer you. I waited. Then I heard the distinct sound of her bedroom door opening at the far end of the house. That door has a soft catch to it, and you can hear it break, and then the door's weight rests on the little stopper. The sound hit me like relief, and I felt stupid for only then thinking to get her. I walked to my own doorway so I could look straight down the hall and see her come out. I can picture the whole length of that hallway, the framed photos to the right, the slightly uneven baseboard near the thermostat, the runner that never quite laid flat at the corner. I stood with my hand on my own door frame and watched the far end. I heard her footsteps. They are slow and sure and lighter than the ones I had heard that woke me up. She came into view, small and solid, wearing the house sweater she always wears when the AC feels too cold. She was looking at me because I had called her, and I remember feeling this huge wave of relief racing toward me as she did. And then my door slammed in her face. Not in her face, literally, it didn't hit her, but it slammed the second before she reached it, as if it had been waiting for her to be exactly there. The slam echoed in the hallway. And because I was right there, it was like being next to a speaker when someone drops a microphone. The air moved. My hair actually lifted at my forehead with the rush of it. My grandmother flinched hard and brought her hand up like she had been startled by a loud noise, which is exactly what happened. She reached for the knob and tried it because she must have assumed I had slammed it myself, but I was still standing on my side, hand on the frame, heart going so fast it didn't feel like a beat anymore. I opened it immediately. We looked at each other with the exact same expression, eyes too wide, mouth a little open, not quite ready to form a word. She asked if I had slammed it, and I shook my head because we both knew how ridiculous that question sounded. If I had slammed it, I would have been behind it. I was in front of it. She stepped into my room and stood just inside the door, like she didn't want to cross some invisible line. We stayed like that for a few heartbeats, listening. The house sounded normal again. I could hear her radio down the hall, I realized, because it had been on the whole time. It just wasn't loud enough to hear through two doors unless you were listening. The AC still wasn't on. The vent above my dresser wasn't moving air. I told her about the footsteps and the slow opening and closing and the slams. I told her I had texted the family chat. While I was speaking, my phone pinged with those little late replies. My mom said they were at the restaurant and she sent a picture of the two of them smiling at a table to prove it. My sister said she was still in class and would call me later. I typed back that I was fine, because that's what you do when you feel anything but fine and you don't want to start a panic while someone is trying to eat a meal they've been planning for a week. My grandmother, for all her strictness and solid non-belief in anything she can't hang a spoon on, looked at the door like it was guilty. She didn't say things about the wind. She didn't say old houses do that. She just put her palm flat against the wood and then stepped back. I know she felt how warm it was, and I did too, not because it had been in the sun, but because there is friction heat when a door slams. That's a normal thing. It didn't comfort me. She made a decision in that small way older women do when they run a house. She said we should go to her room for a bit. Not a suggestion, not a deep conversation, just a practical move. She opened my door wider, wide enough that it pressed against the doorstop, then hooked the rubber wedge we keep for the vacuum under it. It's ridiculous, but watching her wedge that little triangle under the door helped. We walked down the hall together to her room. Her door was open now. Her bedspread was smoothed, and the radio murmured a tinny old song. The air in there felt different, like it always did. Cooler and chalkier, maybe because she keeps the blinds closed most of the way. We sat on her bed, and for the first time since I woke up, I felt tired again. That post-adrenaline tired where your limbs feel heavy and your chest still has a hum in it. She told me to call my mom back later and tell her the simple version, not to worry her while she was out. We didn't talk about any explanation. We didn't go through a list. She didn't break out a family story or anything like that. We just listened to the radio and the house. I know how this sounds, and I expect any reasonable person to ask about drafts or pressure differences or someone playing with me. Here's what I checked after. I checked every window, all closed. The back door was locked. The front door deadbolt was on. The AC did not kick in either time. When the AC kicks in, you can hear the condenser outside, and the vents have a particular flutter. The hinges on my door are fine. The screws are tight. The jamb isn't warped. The floor in the hall does creak, but there's a difference between the sigh of a house and the clear weight of a foot. And the timing, door slowing to a near close, then slamming, then later slowly opening and slamming exactly when my grandmother hit the threshold, doesn't feel like a ductwork mystery. Maybe that's me wanting it to be more than it is, but I can still feel what it felt like. After a while, we both got up. She walked with me back down the hall to my room, and we stood at the doorway again, like two people who had just watched a movie and were waiting for a mid-credits scene. The wedge was still under the door. It hadn't moved. The room looked boring and normal. I got dressed for class with her nearby, because neither of us wanted to be alone in a hallway. Before I left, we checked my locks, my windows again. She turned off her radio and came to the front to see me out, which she usually doesn't bother to do. As I stepped onto the porch, I felt stupidly grateful for the noise of the street, for the way the late afternoon light hit the drive, for the neighbor's car door slamming. Everything normal felt like a blanket. When I got back later that night, my grandmother told me nothing else had happened. She'd left the wedge under my door all afternoon. It was still there when I went to bed. I slept with my phone in my hand and the hallway light on. I could tell you about the other things that happened in the weeks after, because that really was the start of a string of weird, small things that stacked just enough to make me avoid being home alone. But that day lives by itself in my head. The slow movement of the door like a hand was on it, the slam you feel in your bones, my grandmother's face when it happened again with her in the hall. There wasn't a build-up to it. There wasn't a reason. It happened, and then it was over. The house acted like a house again. Everyone went back to their routines. And I'm still here, years later, remembering the exact sound of the hinge and the way the air seemed to press in on my skin right before the second slam. And I don't have a box to put that in that makes it stop ringing in my ears. It just ended. The door stopped moving. The steps stopped. The hall swallowed it all like it had never happened. And I still can't explain any part of it that matters. Story 14. A few years ago, I was in a relationship that swallowed me whole. I see it for what it was now. Back then, I called it love, intensity, whatever word let me keep going. I later learned she was living with borderline personality disorder, which made the highs insane and the lows bottomless. I built my life around it. Every morning, I ran a mile from my place to hers, cut through the side yard, slid my fingers under the loose window screen of her bedroom, and climbed in when she told me I could. I left when she let me leave. That was the routine. I was in my early 20s and proud of how much I could take. My family hated it. They'd started doing that worried parent thing where every conversation somehow ended with, "We just want you to be safe." They didn't know what to do with the part of me that ignored them. They were especially on me about the running at night. "The streets aren't as safe as you think at that hour." I'd nod like I was listening, and still lace up anyway because she'd call and I'd go. The rush of being wanted blinded me to the stupid. The night this happened, it was freezing. Not cute winter. The kind of cold that makes your teeth hurt and your breath come out in short white blasts. The sky was clear, no snow coming down, but there were patches of old ice in the shade where the sun hadn't reached during the day. Some of the sidewalks were salted, so there were little white pebbles that crunched under my shoes. I was wearing a dark hoodie, thin gloves, a pair of old running shoes that had lost their cushion months ago. I had headphones in, one earbud pushed in, the wire running inside my sleeve because my fingers went numb fast if I had to hold the phone. She was on the call, always on the call. If I wasn't physically with her, I was an ear in her pocket. That night, it was the usual mix. Her telling me all the ways I'd disappointed her that day, me stumbling over half-formed apologies, both of us talking over each other. I was so used to the rhythm of it that the part where people would raise their voices at the crazy parts had gone numb. It was just normal. I left her place late. It couldn't have been much before 11 because I remember glancing at the clock when I stepped back out her window, and it was already a time that would make my mom frown if she saw it. The run back should have been easy. It's about a mile, a straight shot if you cut across a couple of corners. Quiet neighborhood. Low houses with driveways, porch lights, a few motion sensors. The kind of place where you can hear a TV through a living room window on low. The kind of place where people wheel their trash to the curb the night before pickup and then forget about it. I kept the call going because cutting it would have caused a new fight. So it was cold and dark, and I was half jogging, half speed walking because my lungs didn't want to pull cold air that fast. Phone pressed under my hoodie into my ear, her voice rattling on. I turned down a street I always take, one of those with long driveways and patchy trees. The only sound was my shoes and my breath. Even the dogs on that street were quiet. When you're running at night in the cold, everything is about small, practical choices. Don't touch the fence with frost on it, or your glove will stick. Watch that dark patch because it might be ice. Keep your hands up a little so they don't go completely useless. Keep the hood up so the wind doesn't nick your ears. I did all that on autopilot. I knew exactly where the sidewalk cracks were on that street because my toe had found them 100 times. I knew the one porch light that flickered and how to prepare my eyes for the flicker. I was in the middle of telling her I was almost home when I heard a man's voice cut across the quiet. Not friendly, not joking. "Hey, who's there?" I stopped moving before my brain finished processing that the question was for me. It came from my left, across a driveway. The voice had that low, chesty sound of someone who's not yelling yet, but wants to make sure you hear them. I turned and saw a guy standing in the darker part where the garage meets the yard. He wasn't backlit by a porch light or anything, so I didn't get a clear face, just a shape. Taller than me, heavy jacket, something in his hand that I couldn't make out, because my eyes were still adjusting from looking down. He didn't step toward me. He just stood and stared like I was caught doing something bad. My body did the thing bodies do when they want to show they aren't a threat. I lifted both hands, palms out at my shoulders. I said, "No one," because my brain was dumb and picked the first stupid thing it could think of instead of something better like just running or "I live over there." It's funny what comes out when you're scared and trying to sound harmless. I took a couple slow steps backward, turned and started running again. I kept my hands up for a second like maybe that would read as harmless in the dark. He said something else. I didn't catch it because the wind swung and shoved the sound away. Then louder, sharper from behind me, "Come here." I didn't. I ignored him. That's the part that sits like a rock in my brain now. I ignored a man telling me to come over to a dark driveway in the middle of a freezing night. That's good. Smart. But I also made the mistake of slowing my run because the cold had been beating my lungs, and I hit that point where they stopped cooperating. I bent at the waist to get one big breath in. The phone slipped a little under my chin, and she was saying something I didn't catch because right then two sounds ripped the air. Two bangs, not loud like in a movie, not echoing off buildings. Two flat, hard cracks that slapped the space behind me. It's going to sound stupid, but my first thought was fireworks. Not because it was festive or anything, because the smell hit me a second after. That hot, sharp, chemical smell. Burnt powder. The only thing I had in my reference box for that smell was fireworks on some 4th of July when I got too close to the people lighting them. My mouth filled with that metal taste you get when your body thinks it's in trouble. Something punched my right hip from behind. Not a sharp stab. A dull, heavy hit that knocked my balance half a step sideways. Like someone had thrown a rock at me, hard, and it connected. I screamed. I'm not even sure what I said if I said words. The sound was ugly and ripped up from somewhere low. My legs did the part they're good at without checking with my head. I ran. Not a normal run. A whole body animal's picking its life run. Arms pumping too hard. Feet coming down wherever they could. I cut into the street off the sidewalk because my brain decided a straight line away was better than hugging a path that kept me close to driveways. I heard her on the phone saying my name, but it was like it was happening in another room. Everything narrowed. The air hit my throat like glass with each breath. My hip started to burn where I'd been hit, not immediate, more like my skin catching up to the event. I put a hand there while I ran, and my glove came away wet. Not a lot, not pouring, but wet enough in the cold to feel wrong. The pain wasn't clean, it was muddy, deep, dumb. My brain started making deals with me. 5 more steps, okay, now 10, okay, don't look back, okay, don't fall. I could see my own breath blowing out in frantic chuffs in front of my hood. I didn't hear more shots. That might be the weirdest part. 2, and then quiet. No one chased me. No feet slammed behind me. No car started. The night closed up around the noise and swallowed it. Lights from a motion sensor 2 houses down flicked on and turned my shadow long for half a second, then flicked off when I cleared it. A TV glowed blue in one living room, and I had this insane thought that someone inside would see me and come out and help, then immediately thought I didn't want anyone else to step outside and get shot because a stranger ran past. It's maybe a half-mile from that spot to my street, and I covered it like I never have and probably never will again. I don't even remember the turns, just the way the street opened under me and the way my left foot started to go numb from a lace I'd tied too tight. My phone slid around in my hoodie and kept smacking my cheekbone as I ran. Somewhere in there, I slapped it off the call because her voice was a sound my body could not process on top of the rest. The cold burned my eyes so bad they watered, and the tears crusted at the edges. I screamed again when the pain in my hip snapped sharp, a sound that startled me in my own head. I turned onto my block and fumbled my keys out with dead fingers. I remember the porch light looking exactly the same as it always does, that warm yellow, and hating it for being ordinary. I dropped my keys once, almost went to my knees, grabbing them, got the door open, slammed it behind me, threw the deadbolt. I leaned my forehead against the wood, and my legs shook so hard I had to sit on the entryway floor. That's when the shaking started for real. That violent, gross tremor that feels like your bones are rattling in your skin. My hip hurt like a deep bruise with a hot line across it. I pulled down the waistband of my running shorts with fingers that couldn't get a grip and saw a streak, not a hole. A line that looked angry and raw, with a dark, dirty edge that made my stomach flip because it looked burned. It wasn't a clean cut, it was a groove. I pressed on the skin around it and blood welled. Not a lot, not like a movie, but enough to make the cold air sting. The smell was there again, faint and sharp, caught in the fabric of my hoodie. Fireworks. I called 911 because what else do you do when someone just shot at you? I don't even remember what I said beyond my address, and somebody fired a gun, and I think I got hit. My voice sounded too calm in my own ears, calm and high, that weird phone voice people get when the top of their head is blowing off. The operator asked the questions they ask. I answered like a person listening to a list. Right hip, 2 shots. No, I didn't see a face. Dark jacket, tall, something in his hand, driveway. Then she said, "Stay on the line," and I sat on the floor, hands sticky, heart beating so hard I could feel each thump in my gums, and watch my front door like the wood would start breathing. The cops actually got there fast. Lights across the front windows, car doors, 2 officers. They did the thing where they look first, take a quick scan of the street, hand on hip, calm steps. They came in, and one of them kind of squatted to eye level with me and said something like, "You're safe now," which meant nothing and everything because safe felt like a joke in my mouth, but I needed a minute where someone else pretended it existed. I showed them the hip. He did a quick look without touching, said it looked like a graze, that I should get it checked anyway. The other one went back outside and did a slow walk down the block with his flashlight, aiming it in that casual way that says they don't expect to find anything, but they're checking boxes. They took my statement standing in my entryway, boots squeaking on the mat. They asked me to say the route again. They asked for the words I'd heard. I repeated them. "Hey, who's there?" And then later, "Come here." Saying the words out loud made my stomach go cold again, because hearing your own mouth put the shape of your fear out into the room makes it heavier. They asked if I knew the man. Number. They asked if it could have been a neighbor. I said I didn't know. I said I hadn't been snooping in driveways or looking into windows. I said I was running home. The EMTs came, took my blood pressure, looked at the hip, cleaned it with something that burned more than the cold ever had, taped a pad over it while I tried not to jump off the chair. "You're lucky," one of them said. I know he meant it simple. It hooked in me anyway. Lucky, sure. The smell of whatever he used to clean me mixed with that powder smell that had stuck to my clothes and made this weird cocktail my brain has filed under, never again. They asked if I wanted to go to the ER. I didn't. I should have, probably. I told myself it was a graze and I was fine. I wanted them out of my house. I wanted to stand in my own bathroom and cry where no one could write it down. They left me with a pamphlet and a stern look and told me to wash it again in a bit. After they were gone, the house felt too big and too quiet. I called my mom and told her the shortest version of the story I could, and she still made that sound through her teeth that is somewhere between anger and terror. I didn't tell her the fight part. I didn't tell her that if I hadn't been bent over catching my breath like an idiot, maybe the aim would have been higher or lower or worse. I changed clothes because the smell on the hoodie made me want to throw up. I stood under hot water and tried to stop shaking and couldn't, not for a while. Every noise from outside, car door, wind, and neighbor's laugh, hit me like a tap on a bruise. A patrol car rolled the block one more time later, and the officer knocked to say they didn't find anything obvious. He said the guy probably thought I was a prowler. He said running at that hour in a hoodie makes people nervous. He didn't say it like blame exactly. Just facts that were useless to me in that moment, except as a way to make the world line up with something that wasn't someone wanted to shoot a stranger. He told me to file a full report in the morning. I said okay. The door shut. The house went quiet again. That's where it ends for me. Not with an arrest, not with a neighbor pounding on my door to apologize, not with me knocking on a garage and shouting a lecture about de-escalation. Just 2 flat bangs in the cold, a line of pain across my hip, a smell I will never not associate with that street. And then the world stitched itself back up like nothing had torn. No one came running. The night didn't echo. I ran, and I didn't look back, and the quiet swallowed the whole thing. I still don't know what he saw when he looked at me. I still don't know if ignoring him saved me or pissed him off enough to pull the trigger. I only know the exact way my breath looked in front of me when I turned into the street, and the way my hand came away wet from my side, and the way everything went normal again way too fast, like someone cut the noise at the exact second it mattered. I can't explain it to myself without my heart speeding up. It happened and then it stopped, and some nights when I run my route now, all I hear is that voice in the dark saying, "Come here," and the clean quiet after, and it makes my bones feel hollow. Story 15. I don't think I ever really believed in hauntings until I ran out of ways to call what's been in my room anything else. The weird part is it never felt like something trying to hurt me. That almost makes it worse, because when your brain is expecting knives and you get something gentle that still shouldn't be there, it messes with you in this quiet way that sticks. My bedroom has always been my safe place. I live alone in a small apartment, second floor, the kind with one long room that's a living room and kitchen, and then a door to the bedroom with a tiny bathroom attached. I'm a lock person. I lock my front door the second I come in, the deadbolt and the little sliding chain. I lock my bedroom door too, and the bathroom door if I'm in there, and I check the window latches before I sleep. The bedroom window has a pin you push in that stops it from sliding more than an inch for air. I test it. It's annoying, but it makes me feel like I can control at least that. The first thing that ever happened wasn't even that dramatic. It was a depression at the end of the bed. I have a heavy duvet, and it pools at the bottom in a way that shows when someone sits. It was late, the room quiet in that way apartments get when everyone's put their dishes away, and the downstairs neighbor's TV goes down to a murmur. I was half asleep, and I felt that shift at the mattress near my ankles, the way the springs compress, not heavy like a full body. The weight of one person sitting. It pressed the blanket tighter over my feet. My first thought was idiotic, like I'd forgotten to lock something and a person had actually come in. I shot up and said something I don't even remember. The room was empty. The door was locked. The chain was still set. My body kept the feeling of the pressure even when my eyes told me there was nothing there. I couldn't write it off as a cramp because it left the blanket pulled in on the left side. In this scoop, I couldn't smooth away right. That shape stuck in my head. After that, it felt like my room had a personality. Sometimes my game console would be off when I knew I'd left it in rest mode. Sometimes it would be on. The one that really made my brain short out was the night Skyrim started up by itself. It was around 2 in the morning because I glanced at my phone with that eyes half closed stare you do. I woke up to the rumble that console makes, that little whir, and then the soft double beep as it kicks on, and then the theme music shaking the quiet like somebody put a tiny choir in my walls. You know that music even if you don't play. Drums, male voices, too big for a small room in the middle of the night. I stared at the power light glowing on the Xbox. The controller wasn't even on the bed. It was on the dresser and the little light on it was off. I walked across the room on cold feet and turned the console off while telling myself there had to be some update, some scheduled download. I checked the settings the next day. No scheduled updates, no automatic discs set to start. I put new batteries in the controller, made sure it wasn't set to auto power on. It did it again a week later, same time of night, same music, like someone wanted me awake. And then there was the photo. That one buried me for a week. I woke up one morning, rolled over, did the mindless check of notifications, and my camera roll had a new picture. It was me, asleep, my mouth slightly open in a way that would have embarrassed me if I'd known anybody was looking. The angle was from the top corner of the room near the ceiling, as if someone was standing on my dresser or actually floating. The flash wasn't used. It was dim, grainy, the leftover blue from the streetlight trying to get through my curtain. It wasn't a mirror trick. You would need arms longer than your body, or an extra person, or a tripod and a ladder in my tiny space to get that shot. I went cold all the way to my fingertips. It was taken around 3 something in the morning, if you believe the little timestamp, and I do, because I remember waking up for no reason right then and rolling over with that heavy, annoyed feeling, and then going back under. I checked the front door. We're talking an actual ritual at this point. Deadbolt locked, chain set. Bedroom door was still locked, window latch still in. I didn't post that picture anywhere. I didn't even save it. I stared and then deleted it and emptied the trash and turned my phone off for the first time in months. I still sometimes wonder if deleting it made me more or less crazy. All of this is to say, by the time the thing I'm about to tell you about happened, I had already had the slow build. It wasn't a single jump scare night. It was a pile of small things I tried to explain away one at a time, until explaining nothing finally felt less insane than explaining each piece. I had also started to get this feeling late at night, right before sleep. Not cold, not staticky. It's hard to describe without sounding like I'm trying to sell you a ghost story. The nearest real thing is the feeling you get when someone stands in a doorway and doesn't speak, and your body notices before your brain does. That thinking your way into it, heavy awareness. The day that really set the hook was a morning, not a night. Pre-dawn. That hour where the street is loud enough to remind you you're not alone, but quiet enough that any sound in your own place is obvious. My alarm was set for 7. I woke up around 5 something, close enough to the kind of light where your brain thinks it's safe to be awake and your body doesn't. I was on my side, facing the wall. The duvet was tucked under my chin. The heater wasn't on because it had been mild, so the room had that still cold that holds onto floors longer than air. I woke up not because of a sound this time, but because of the blanket moving. Not by me. It lifted just a few inches, then got smoothed, and I felt it with that exact physical sensation you only get when someone else is doing it. I froze so hard my rib cage hurt. I'm not saying I played dead, but my body made that choice for me, the hold still like an animal choice. Breath shallow, eyes slitted open, still facing the wall, every second stretched too long. There were hands in the blankets, not cold ghost wind, not an air vent moving fabric, hands. They started near my shoulder, gathering the top edge of the duvet, and pulled it up higher so it covered my shoulder cleanly, smoothing the corner like you do with a kid who kicked their covers off. Then those hands moved down. One stayed on top of the duvet, pressing lightly. The other did the work at the edge. I could feel fingers through the cotton. There's a texture to touch through quilts, the way it dulls edges. I felt that pressure along my upper arm, then my ribs, my waist. They tucked the side under my body, not rough, not tight, just neat. The way my mom used to do if I went to sleep on the couch when I was little and she wanted to get me warm without waking me. The bed dipped near my shins, like someone leaned in gently to get the blanket under my legs. That movement made the springs talk in their small way, the sound that never happens without a body. I kept my eyes on the blank white of my wall because something in me knew that if I turned to look into that space and saw nothing, I'd break. The hands did that small pat people do without thinking when they finish making a bed around a person. A pat like, there you go. Like, better. A pat with affection in it, which is such a stupid sentence to write that I want to delete it even now, except it's true. And the truth of that feeling is the whole reason this is still under my skin. There was air moving too. Not a draft from a vent. Small movements of air that come off of bodies. The way the scent of clean laundry gets pushed toward your face when someone shakes a sheet over you. I could smell my own detergent and that faint sleep smell we don't notice in our own rooms until something changes the air. Something else embroidered in there too, that soft powder scent that lives in things that have been stored a long time. Not perfume, not a candle, not anything I own. It wasn't strong. It just showed up and sat in my nose for a second, and then was gone. The hands paused near my feet. I felt the blanket get tucked under my toes, not tight, just under, the way you do so your feet feel held. I hate that feeling normally. I like my feet free. But in that instant, my body went limp like it was 8 years old. The hands didn't go under the duvet. Nothing cold touched skin. It was all through fabric, through weight, through tiny sounds mattresses make, the fabric whisper, the shift, a careful press. I was listening as hard as I've ever listened to anything. I could hear the refrigerator motor kick on in the kitchen and then click off. I could hear the soft tick of my clock. I could hear a car 3 blocks away. But there was no scrape of a shoe, no inhale that wasn't mine, no breath at my neck. Just movement that had intention, that had knowledge of where my body was under quilts in dim light. And then it was over. Not like someone got up loudly, just the absence of hands, the pressure lifting off the mattress near my shins, the air settling again. I lay there with my body hot under the suddenly perfect pocket of warmth, heart pounding close to my sternum like it wanted out. I waited for my eyes to stop vibrating in their sockets enough to turn my head. When I finally made myself roll over, the room was the same room as always. Dresser against the far wall with the controller. Xbox light off. Curtains straight. Chair in the corner with the hoodie draped over it. The red light on the power strip softly glowing. My bedroom door closed. Chain set. My window latch pin in, no shoes on the floor that weren't mine, no old powder smell, no imprint that a camera could catch, just my heartbeat shoving blood too fast through my ears. I sat up slowly, like a swimmer surfacing, and the blankets were exactly as they had been left, high up around my shoulder, the side edge cleanly under my body in a way I don't tuck. My own arms had been crossed under my chin without me deciding that. I slid them out and tested the tuck near my hip. There was resistance I would never do when I tossed things around to get comfortable. It would have felt like a trap any other morning. That morning, it made me nauseous and also sickly safe. I got out of bed and checked everything even though I knew. I checked the front door again. Deadbolt. Chain. I checked under the bed as if a person could squish themselves into a 2-inch space and somehow be in 2 places at once. I checked the closet because that's what people do when their heads are scrambled. I checked behind the shower curtain. My brain was so loud, I kept startling myself with my own breathing as I moved. I sat back down on the edge of the bed, and the mattress dipped under my own weight, and that dip sounded wrong to me after what had just happened. Whatever had sat there before did it without the shift of weight my body makes. It sounds like nothing to write it out. But in the room, at dawn, it was the big difference. A person makes everything around them talk a little. This thing didn't, except when it needed to. I didn't tell anyone right away. What would I even say? Someone tucked me in this morning. It sounds like a joke. It sounds like a dream. It wasn't. I was awake the whole time. The freeze in my limbs wasn't sleep paralysis. I could move my fingers. I remember how I pressed my thumb into the seam of my pillowcase because my body needed to prove it had agency. I could have rolled over. I didn't because I was terrified that if I saw nothing, my brain would break in a way I wouldn't be able to fix. The tugging next to my ribs wasn't a cat. I don't have one. The tuck under my feet wasn't my own shifting. You know the difference between your own motion and someone else's. Your body knows that in the deep part, that's older than language. I wish I had something big to tell you after that. A sudden cold spot. A chair dragged across the floor. The Xbox firing up with a little laugh from the corner. I didn't. The room went quiet and stayed quiet. When my alarm went off at 7 on the nose, I nearly fell off the bed because that normal sound felt inappropriate. I got up, took a shower, and halfway through remembered that stupid old powder scent and had to stand there with my face in my hands until the water ran hot enough to burn my shoulders. I went to work and answered emails and nodded at people who told me they were tired. I came home and locked the door and put the chain over it. And for the first time since I was a kid, I pulled the duvet up over my shoulder without thinking at bedtime and let it sit there like that for longer than I normally would. As if I could pretend my own hands had done it that cleanly. How do you reconcile feeling cared for by something you don't want in your room at all? That's the part that keeps me looking at my ceiling in the dark. It didn't feel like malice. It didn't feel like a prank. It felt like habit, like someone who had once moved through a house at this exact hour, checking on sleeping people, smoothing corners, making sure toes were warm. If I let myself think it's that, everything clicks into a shape I hate less. Still, the fact of it is the fact. It shouldn't be. I live alone. My bedroom door locks, the windows lock, the chain hangs where I left it. The Xbox turns on sometimes by itself with a theme song that doesn't belong at 2 in the morning. A photo once showed up on my phone of my face, slack with sleep from a vantage point that shouldn't be possible in my space. And now somebody who wasn't there put my blankets exactly where they would go if I'd had a parent in the room. I've tried to be practical. I moved the console. I turned off every auto setting I could find. I put a chair in a different spot to force myself to see the room as a different shape. I fixed the small squeak in the floorboard by stuffing a sliver of folded paper between the board and the joist. I got heavier curtains. None of those things touch what happened on that morning or the way my body knew hands when it felt them. It's not relentless. That's almost worse. Things will be normal for days. Then the console clicks on low like it's whispering hello. Or I'll come into my room and the duvet will be folded back the way I used to ignore when I was a kid, like someone thought turn-down service was a thing I should have. Or the edge of the bed will carry an imprint that matches nobody, and then a week of nothing, and then one thin breath in my ear that could be the heat kicking on and could be something else, and that's enough to set every nerve on watch. I don't have a good ending. The morning I'm telling you about, the tucking stopped the way a hand lifts off a table. It was there and then it wasn't. The room didn't grow colder. No lights flickered. No voice, just the quiet that comes after when you're listening so hard you hear your own blood. If I had questions to ask, they felt stupid and too loud in my throat. And I didn't ask them. I lay there with my heart punching and my blanket perfect, and I couldn't explain to myself why I didn't throw the duvet off and demand air. I stayed in the warmth that had been made for me. I took it because I didn't know how not to. Then I got up, and the day started like anyone's day. I still can't tell you what I want more. For it to happen again, because it proves I didn't imagine the whole thing, or for it to never happen again, so I can go back to thinking of my bed as only mine. All I know is that it happened. Hands I couldn't see tucked me in, neat and practiced in a locked room before dawn. Then it stopped, cleanly, like someone hid behind air. And I'm left in the middle of ordinary mornings afterward, brushing my teeth, making coffee, thinking about laundry, with that one memory sitting heavier than all of it, because it shouldn't exist, and it does. And then nothing. Just the quiet that has a shape now, and the way I can't bring myself to tuck my own blanket, the way I felt it tucked that day without my skin crawling.